is unbeaten on 25. He's lost his partners. Afnas failed to open his account. Lagan was dismissed for a duck. Dhyan Ratesh couldn't get going. He was bowled on 17. And Ranjit, the captain, has added an unbeaten 24, and he's keeping the innings alive for both Blazers. We're just waiting for the players to arrive. The umpires are out in the middle. It's the second day. Plenty of action we can expect. This is the pre-season, and an opportunity, a chance for both teams to just get familiar with the conditions, get some confidence going, and be prepared, be ready for the next big tournament, the main tournament, which will happen in the middle of the year, sometime in May or June. We're not sure, but this is the platform for them. This is. We also have a 50 over game tomorrow, and then we're done. So just today and tomorrow, realistically, and teams must realize that, players must realize that they're not going to get these opportunities again and again. So make the most of all the opportunities. Right now it's stumps. We're going to get started with the second day of the 2-day test match. Both Blazers have a deficit to wipe out. Remember, they're the defending champions. They're the defending champions. Correction, that's Paint Panthers, who are the defending champions, and both Blazers have replaced Color Cavaliers. Color Cavaliers unfortunately didn't make it. They didn't make the cut. So both Blazers have replaced them. But Paint Panthers have been going on song for the past 2 seasons. I think they've been undefeated. They're the title winners of the last season as well. So we're having to wait a little bit, but we're expecting a very immediate start. So stay tuned, everyone, and hopefully we should get started with live action shortly. So there you go, batters out there already for both Blazers, Anunad and Adil Ranjit, and they've got some work to do. We're reporting from Sports Garden in Bangalore. This is where the action is currently taking place, and as you can see, the entire team has arrived. Players have arrived from both sides. We should get started with the day. Anunad will take strike against Mayank, who will be bowling the first over of the day. In fact, the first over of the match, I should say. And this game can go any which way. There's still a big deficit which both Blazers are currently trailing. Both Blazers need a partnership. The two have done well, Anunad and Adil. They've formed a bit of a partnership, but they need a big innings now because they trail by 216 runs. And at the moment, Pain Panthers will be looking for early wickets, try to put the brakes on, put the opposition under a lot of pressure. And off we go. Mayank to ball the first over of the day. We are in the second day of the 2 day test match between both Blazers and Paint Panthers. We just seen the first ball of the day. Good little partnership developing between Adil and Anud. Plays it off the back foot and defends it back to the bowler. It means a lot for them playing in a tournament like debut, taking part, representing your side, and also kudos to the parents for taking that effort to send their kids to this prestigious tournament. We've just seen the first boundary of the day from Adil, and that brings up the 50-run stand between Anunad and Adil. It came at a very healthy rate and at a very, very good time when things were just falling apart a little bit for them. And Mayank has been hit for a boundary and pressure back on the bowler. Just I was saying about the tournament and what this means for the kids. They're very young and they've got a bright future. And at this, while they play cricket, they also have to focus on studies, and that's one thing. Even the tournament organizer Mahesh also alluded to. Now a leading edge falls short. Mahesh did mention that they want these kids to be closer to their uh, closer to education, closer to their educational goals, which is why we have names like color color Cavaliers, Paint Panthers, and Board Blazers. End of the over. After 25, it's 80 for 3. So Vasudev is into the attack. 3 wickets for him so far. Best bowling figures of 3 for 15. He's picked up 3 wickets in a match. He can definitely pack a punch and can make an impact with the ball. So spin at both ends. Right arm leg spinner. Let's see how he goes about his business. Good start this. Pitches it fuller. Batter Anunath playing it off the back foot. So this will be the first over for Vasudev as well. I think the start has been a good one. And slightly on the shorter side, plays it late, a bit of a misfield. Should allow them to come back. Should allow them to take the single. Easily done by Anunath. So good to see that little resistance for both Blazers. They're playing their first ever game in the debut tournament. This is the preseason tournament. It will act as a precursor to the bigger event, which will be scheduled sometime in June, if I'm not wrong. May, June. It'll be during the summer season, the peak summer season, and hopefully, if I'm around, I'll be bringing you all the live coverage from Crixey. And Crixey has also done a very remarkable job in bringing you every little moment from the game. Tremendous broadcasting qualities, uh, and very, very uh, decent coverage. And it's because of them we are able to see all the action on our screens. And obviously, they're the unsung heroes. That was nicely played. He was able to utilize the pace of the ball. They took the 2 runs. They're thinking of the third. They decided not to take the third run. Sensible call because that was a direct hit. There was a direct hit at the striker's end. And that will be the end of the over as well. A couple to finish the over. No, we still have one delivery to go. Nicely tossed up, nicely flighted, but good looking shot. A drive down the ground to end the over. 26 overs done. Both Blazers are 83 for 3. So Mayank, to continue, so far it's been tidy bowling from Paint Panthers, but they need wickets. They see the partnership is building and it's creating a bit of a headache for them. And this multi day game opens up a new challenge for the kids. Now, what a shot that was! Overpitched, yes, but look at the way he was able to place the ball into the gap. Lots of open spaces on the leg side, a long boundary on the leg side, and look at the way he's relied on timing really. He never looked to bash the ball, just sweet little timing. And just a flick of the wrist, and Adil gets to 35 now. He's certainly got a good move on, a good start, and now he's looking at a very big score. He's 15 runs away from reaching his personal milestone, but I don't think he's thinking about that too much yet. He wants to get his side to a comfortable position. They're knocking off the runs. Both Blazers now trail by just 204 runs, so they're going to avoid the follow on. We're not going to see a follow on. Last ball of the over. Partnership looking very healthy for both Blazers. So both Blazers also putting on a fight. They're not worried if they're playing against defending champions Paint Panthers, who won their last two debut titles on the trot. That's the end of the over. 27 overs done. It's 89 for 3. Vasudev will continue from the other end. Very big day, a massive day for the two teams. The final day of the 2 day test match, possibly the deciding one. We should see a result if two teams fight it out hard, we could see a result. You just never know. At the moment, uh, both Blazers are going at a steady rate. Big day for even our national cricket team. India plays Zimbabwe. Not only they have to win this one, they have to pray that West Indies lose their game against South Africa. We're expecting South Africa to help us out today. I think it'll be West Indies South Africa first before the India match begins. So India's fate will be decided even before the first ball begins. And now these two teams, Spain Panthers and Board Blazers, in action for the first time in the preseason tournament, just getting a feel of things, knowing each other, and playing against each other. That sometimes helps. That sometimes helps in skill building. It also improves your temperament. Good looking sweep shot, square leg was taken out. In fact, he's placed that into the gap. That's a very well controlled sweep shot from Anunad. He played that shot with so much of control. He didn't look in trouble one bit, and he was able to find the gap quite easily. He's looking good. Anunad is looking good, and they are targeting the spinners. They're not afraid to hit the odd boundary. If there's a delivery to score off, if there's a delivery to be hit, they are taking their chances. Goes for the sweep again, but this time he finds the fielder. The ball goes through the fielder, misfield from the fielder there at short mid wicket. And a comfortable single on offer for both Blazers. Anunad gets through to the other end. And the deficit now down to 198, less than 200. So that'll give them a little bit of a relief, a psychological relief. So this is impressive stuff from both Blazers. And they're brilliant with the ball. Yes, Paint Panthers have a good score on the board, but their ballers continue to keep taking wickets at key stages of the game, and now a partnership developing. Really good looking partnership, and it's given them a little bit of respite. It's 95 for 3, end of the over. So Mayank into his third over, and Paint Panthers under some pressure. They need a part. They need to break this partnership. They have one slip in operation. There hasn't been a lot of turn, but it's good strategy from the captain, Paint Panthers captain, to have one slip, at least attack. You never know. There could be an outside edge around the corner. You need your best fielders to be in the right places. You need a slip fielder because there could be some unforced errors from the batters. Spinners operating at both ends. Always a good idea to have slip. But look at that. We've just seen a wicket now. Mayank has struck. Not a very good delivery, but he will take that. Paint Panthers needed a wicket there, and the partnership has been broken. Mayank breaking that partnership, getting his length wrong. Look at that. He tosses it up, and I think the batter just gets deceived in the flight, and he was through with the shot early, and a simple catch by the fielder at short extra cover comfortably got his fingers underneath, and it's a big blow for both Blazers. It's 95 for 4. So Paint Panthers have got their confidence up now, and they've managed to strike early, and they took a wicket earlier in the day, early on in the day, and that will just set the tone nicely for them. My delivering that breakthrough got his length wrong there. Was very fortunate that the delivery was not put to the cleaners. In fact, it went straight into the hands. And now I'm Joe L walks out to the middle, and Pain Panthers have made an impact with the ball. Once again in the air, chance. Oh, could have been 2 and 2 for Mayank and for Pain Panthers. You can see hands on his head. He knew how tricky that was, how close that was. Anjo not looking very comfortable, not good signs for him. Much better this. Good looking drive straight back to the bowler. He couldn't find the gap, but he looked in total control there. Much better shot than the first one which he played in the air. Last ball of the over has been a successful one. Driven nicely into the gap. Anjo opens his account with a boundary and terrific shot. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous through the offside. We'll have a look at the nicely pitched up, tossed up, too full. He drives, places it into the gap, and says, "Thank you very much. I'll open my account with the boundary." Sweet time through extra cover. And that could have been a good over, but that good over has been ruined with that boundary. It's 99 for 4 after 29 overs. So both Blazers trail by another 193 runs. They're one run away from getting to a team 100. They're making some progress, but now once again they need to recalibrate. They need to hit the reset button and find a way to build another partnership which can drag this innings a bit further. Last thing you want is another wicket at this stage. If you lose another wicket at this stage, you're seriously in real danger of getting bundled out too soon. Adil being very watchful now. Now that he's lost his partner, he's got to reset. He's got to reset his thinking. He's got to change his approach a bit. I guess you can expect him to just slow down a little bit. There was a little bit of momentum for both Blazers when the partnership was going strong. Now the wicket has fallen, and scoring will be a little bit difficult. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be tough work now, and Adil will slow down just a touch. That's a smart thing to do. It's a multi-day game, so you can take your time. Oh, low full toss. That's been hit. That's been hit powerfully. Couple of bounces and into the boundary. Adil brings up the 100 for both Blazers. A juicy full toss. A hit me ball from the bowler. Look at that. The ball dips, but he keeps watching the ball very, very closely and has a swing at that one. Sends it towards the boundary for a 4. Easy as you like. Comfortably done. He moves into the 40s. Score now 103 for 4. Driven, but straight to extra cover. I guess that's Raghav. He'll have to play a role with the ball at some point at a later stage. We're seeing a good little fight from the two teams. We've seen a few boundaries, some gorgeous boundaries, and we've seen a wicket as well. There's been a bit of everything in this game. 30 overs done. It's 103 for 4. So we have a bowling change. First bowling change of the day. Whoever comes into the attack, more spin being introduced. So there's a clear strategy from Paint Panthers trying to wear down board blazers with spin. Starts off with a shorter delivery, little bit of room outside off stump, misfield from her, but she does well to recover. Should be an easy couple of runs for Anjo. Yes, couple of runs. Score moves on to 105. What sort of lead Paint Panthers will be happy with if they are to get a lead? By what margin will they be happy with? I think anything around 50 runs is going to be very, very handy. It will give them a lot of boost. And remember, they've only got one more day. They've only got this day, and they've got to make a game out of this. Because if they don't press harder, and then it's going to end up being a draw because it's 80 overs minimum in a day. You play minimum 80 overs, so there's a lot of time left, a lot of overs left, but for a result to happen, it may not be enough. So it's very important Paint Panthers try to restrict board blazers as little as they can so that they can get a very massive lead, bat a little bit, set a target, and let the bowlers do the rest. Possibly the last session, go hard with the ball once again. So there has to be some sort of a plan from Paint Panthers. And the moment board blazers are just cruising along nicely, they've lost a wicket. Look in control for the time being with Adil out in the middle at 40, 41 not out. So Shravan Biju has been brought back into the attack. He's picked up 2 wickets. So some change in the flow for board blazers. They've switched to pace. And now we'll see some pace in action for the first time on day two. Shravan Biju has picked up 2 wickets. He's looked in threatening form. And Paint Panthers really looking for wickets at this stage. Not allowing board blazers to dictate terms, and they're not allowing them to build any sort of momentum. Oh, look at that! He has struck! He has struck in his very first ball of the day, full and straight. And I think the batter completely misjudged the length. Let's have a look at the dismissal. I think he was a little too late to get his bat down on time. He was beaten for pace. Possibly lack of bounce doing the trick as well. Shravan Biju picks up his third wicket. And what a time to strike. Paint Panthers pick up 2 quick wickets in quick succession. And all of a sudden, board blazers, who were 3 down initially, are now 5 down. They've lost half the side for 105 runs on the board. Paint Panthers possibly eyeing an early finish if they pick up the remaining wickets in quick time. But this is not looking good for both Blazers. 105 for 5. And excellent captaincy from Paint Panthers. Good decision. Good thinking to get your strike baller on. And he makes an impact straight away. First ball of the day, his first ball of the day, picks up a wicket, gives his side a much needed lift. And now you can clearly say Paint Panthers have got their noses ahead. So, both Blazers under a lot of pressure. Aniket walks out to the middle. He manages to keep that ball away. Both Blazers will have to find a way to bat a few more overs. They've lost two quick wickets. Got to take this game deep, just a little bit deep, because they're still trailing by 186 runs, which is a massive margin. This time the ball going under the bat. So some tough questions being asked by Paint Panthers bowlers. The spinners made an impact early on. They picked up the first wicket of the day, and now Shravan Biju leaving an impact with the ball. Another lovely ball, but a misfield by the keeper. They scamper through for a bye. Should have just been a dot ball. Shravan Biju and the skipper would not be impressed with that effort from the keeper. That really should have been stopped. It was a regulation ball. 10 out of 10 times you're supposed to stop that. It just went straight in and straight out of his hands. Inside edge. He's found the gap. I think it's gonna race away to the boundary for a four. Some fortune for Anjo and for both Blazers. They need that. Nothing wrong with the delivery. Attacking the stumps. He's looking to play the drive. The ball went the other way on the leg side thanks to an inside edge. There was no real protection around fine leg, and the ball just raced away to the boundary. Biju does not need to worry too much about that boundary. He just needs to hit the ball in the right areas. Oh no! Late decision to come back for the second run, but they eventually take that second run, a risky run. There's a little bit of a mix up. You don't want another dismissal now, especially in the form of a run out that can put the team under enormous amount of pressure. Last ball of the over. It's been a productive one for both Blazers, but they've lost a wicket. Possibly pace taken off. Opens the face of the bat, guides it straight to deep third. That'll be the end of the over. 32 overs done. Both Blazers are 114 for 5. So Dwevit comes back once again. Tidy first over, just gave away 2 runs. Now Paint Panthers just looking to tighten the screws a little bit. And that one's down the leg side wide will not be signaled. It's a multi-day game unless it's too wide. Cut away this time through the offside. Work to be done by the fielder. Keeps it down to single. Round the wicket now. Once again gets his line slightly wrong down the leg side. Aniket still not off the mark yet. He's had a few attempts, hasn't been able to get off strike. Low full toss this time, driven straight to mid off. Plays it off the back foot, opens the face of the bat, can't get it past point, and another tidy over from the driver ticks by 33 overs done. It's 115 for 5. So Shravan Biju given another over, why not? He had such an impact, bowling his first over of the day, right on the money, rattling the timber. And his captain is trusting his abilities, which is very good to see. Oh, gets stuck in his crease. No real feet movement there. Ball just passing past the inside edge of his bat. Nicely defended. Gets right behind that one. Plays it back to the bowler. Line perhaps a bit too straight from Biju there. Around middle and leg stump line. Just needs to go a little bit wider. You can't get it past mid off this time. Four consecutive dot balls on the bounce for Shravan Biju. In Anjo has played some really good looking shots in this over, but straight to the fielder, not able to find the gap. Nicely played, very, very delicate. Oh, a misfield. Will they come back for the second run? No, just a single, but that was very delicately played with some degree of skill involved. 34 overs done. It's 116 for 5. Both Blazers desperately need a partnership between Anjo and Aniket to resurrect their momentum somewhat. So Ashika, she had a wicket. She picked up a wicket yesterday. And she'll also be feeling a little bit confident. She'll have some confidence under her belt. And she only gave away 8 runs in her 5 overs. Just goes to show what she can bring to the table as well. Now let's see how she goes about her business on day two. This is day two. Pitch slightly more conducive for bowling, medium pace. Slightly gets her radar wrong, but she'll get away with it. Nicely driven, and it's gone straight to the fielder who fumbles a little bit. So Aniket, what's he thinking now? He's not been able to get off the mark. He's played some really good shots, mind you, but they haven't found the gap. They haven't been placed into the gaps. So that's where he has struggled just a little bit. And then some failed attempts against deliveries outside off stump. 7 deliveries faced, no runs off the bat yet for him, for Aniket. Slightly loopy delivery in the slot, but driven straight to the fielder at cover. Throws it just a little bit wider. No shot out offered there. Oh, now then. That could have been very, very tricky for Aniket, but he just manages to survive. An inside edge could have so easily rolled back onto his stumps. 117 for 5 after 35 overs, both blazers. However, to continue, this time Anjo drives and he finds the gap. The ball may just slow down a little bit in the outfield. Brilliant work in the deep. Certainly saved a few runs for his side, possibly 1 run, I guess. We'll have a look at the fielding effort. It was nicely driven. The ball just slowing down just a touch, and this was the attempt. This was the dive. Pulls it back just inches away from the ropes. Full marks to the fielder there. The way he stopped it, saved 2 runs for his side. Could have easily been a boundary. Once again, a little too full, a little too wide. He drives, quick single taken. Aniket now is on strike. He's faced 10 balls. No, he hasn't gotten off the mark yet. What's he thinking now? Plays it off the back foot, plays it watchfully, and plays it straight back to the bowler. I think both Blazers will need some sort of a partnership to continue. Get them at least get them at least past 150 without losing a wicket, and then they could probably feel good about themselves. They should at least get to 150 or 160 without losing any more wickets if they are to stay alive in this game. Remember, they can also draw this game out. If they're not able to win this, that will also go down as a moral win. So that's also something players need to be mindful of. You can show some fight. You can draw out a test match or a multi-day game if the chips are down. You need a lot of strength in your character. You'll need resilience to be able to draw a test match from a difficult position. End of the over. It's 120 for 5 after 36. Ashika to continue. She'll definitely get a few overs, and she's no ordinary bowler by any means. She's picked up a wicket, and she'll get a few more overs, and she's got to make every over count, give her side the best possible chance of emerging victorious in this multi-day game. So a two-day game opens up a new set of challenges for the players, especially the younger players, because they are more accustomed to playing limited overs games, especially 20 over games. There's so many 20 over, 30 over games, but this is a multi-day game where it all comes down to perseverance, you know, perseverance, resilience. You got to be able to battle it out for longer durations, and all of a sudden what happens is the duration becomes a lot longer in this format compared to a T20 format or a T30 format where you've got limited overs. Here you just it's all about durability, it's all about hanging in there, it's all about grinding hard. It's the grind, and that's what these players are exposed to in a multi-day match. It's all about grinding, it's all about perseverance, it's a real strength of character, fitness as well, because you've got to be on the park for a longer duration of time. Oh, now that's a brilliant shot. Aniket, look at the way he's found the gap between the keeper and the slip cord, and not a lot of gap there. Let's have a look. That's how he threads the gap. Not sure whether that was deliberate. Might have just opened the face of his bat at the last minute, which allowed him to get the placement. But that's how he gets his innings underway with a boundary. Boundary after 15 balls. Finally, he's got a run off the bat, and that should make him feel good. Score moves on to 125. But Ashika should not be very disappointed with that ball. Yes, she could have just worked on her length. It was too full. Line, not a problem, but the length. Just getting it too full at times. That's the drive. A lot fuller and brilliantly stopped inside the inner ring. Saves a few runs for his side. After 37, it's 125 for 5. Both Blazers trail by another 167 runs. So Dwavat, here are his numbers. So far, 16 wickets for him. Economy rate of 2.67. These are his career numbers. There's so much of talent, so much of potential. Both teams, Paint Panthers and Board Blazers, not short of talent by any means, especially Paint Panthers, who are currently the defending champions. They were the winners of the earlier season, the previous debut season. Right then. He's at it again. These are his numbers so far from this game, 15 dot balls. So that boundary will just make him feel a little bit better. So both Blazers are able to find the boundaries, the odd boundaries here and there. So they're moving the scoreboard nicely. They're getting a move on, but they're also losing wickets along the way. And the deficit's still a big one, 163 runs away from going past Pain Panthers. So a lot of runs to play with, and there's still a lot of overs left. Plenty of game time still, but are we going to see a result? Because we have to finish this innings and we'll have to finish another innings. So they're basically we have to finish off with two innings, and then we can possibly think of a result in the last innings, which is the fourth innings. This is the second innings, which is currently ongoing, and that's the throw at the bowler's end. Oh, you got to be a little bit careful. Might have taken a bit of a blow on his jaws, I guess, but no real damage done. Thankfully, 38 overs done. It's 130 for five. So Ashika into her eighth over, and she's looked very, very economical, very tidy. At times, she got her line wrong. Occasionally, she would get it too full, but overall, impressive stuff from her. Very good attributes, runs well, rhythmical action, high arm action as well, balls in straight lines. She runs pretty straight into the crease, technically very sound as a bowler. And obviously, with time, with age, she will get pace, she will get more energy into the ball as she gets older in life. Upish, oh, just falls short. Driven on the up, Anjo would have had his heart in his mouth. He's batting on 25. Doesn't want to throw it away. Both Blazers need a partnership. They need someone who can just offer a little bit of resistance and drag this game deep. Anjo can do that because he's got a bit of a move on. He's got some runs under his belt. Last thing both Blazers want is to see his back. Last ball of the over. Once again hits it in the air and once again it falls short of the fielder. Very lucky. They got away with it twice in that over. It's 132 for 5 after 39. So Biju comes into the attack. He's got 3 wickets so far in this match. Panthers looking to restrict both Blazers, looking to end the innings early. Aniket and Anjo trying to stitch together a partnership to keep their side alive. Oh, very good ball in the corridor of uncertainty, not very far away from the outside edge or from the off stump. So far, he's been very accurate. I've been impressed to see his accuracy. He's landing the ball in the right areas. Balled it pretty wide actually, wide outside off stump. Created opportunities consistently for his side. Outside edge, and this will run away to the boundary for a four. It sped to the fence in no time. A rare bad ball from Biju, low full toss. I think that boundary has also brought up the 50-run stand. Look at that. He was looking to drive it through the offside. All he did was get a fortunate outside edge, and that just takes it away to the boundary for a four. So Aniket dealing in boundaries. Second boundary for him. Oh, this time it's a chance. A genuine chance. Once again, there was an edge, but this time it was hit in the air, and the chance goes begging. The catch put down at the slip cord, and look at that, tentative, just pokes his bat at that one. Hands just a little bit hard. I think he just went with hard hands, which was probably the reason why the ball didn't stick. Safely negotiated this time, but there could have easily been a wicket in that over. It's 137 for 5. So Sunish comes into the attack, just 4 overs for him in this match. But he's been very economical. He's gone for less than 1 run every over. He would love to have a wicket to his name. Oh, lovely ball, beaten in flight, completely deceived. Aniket is trying to play it on the front foot. He was drawn out of his crease for a moment. Does really well to drag his feet back. This time it spins through the gate. An appeal, polite inquiry, nothing from the umpire. Very, very streaky. An outside edge. And Aniket plays it so late, so delicately. The ball barely carries to the slip fielder. Certainly an outside edge, but well placed into the gap. He's got a big smile on his face, and he picks up another boundary, third boundary for him, and he moves on to 14. He's not done a lot of strike rotation. He's only been dealing in boundaries. He scored majority of the runs in boundaries. Once again, plays it with soft hands, possibly an edge, but this time it's cut off. 41 overs done. Both Blazers are 141 for 5. So Raghav comes into the attack, right arm off spin, slightly expensive figures. As per his standards, he's got the knack of picking up wickets, but he's been wicketless in this match so far. Also gone for a few runs, as per my liking, 4.5 runs per over. In a game where the opposition has been scoring at 3.5 RPO for the most part. then you really have to say that he's been a little bit on the higher side. Raghav hasn't really hit his length right, hasn't hit his straps right, as we say. Oh, clean him up! Bowled around his legs. Raghav has an impact, and it just takes him a little over 4 overs to pick up his first wicket of the match. Here's a look at the dismissal. Nicely tossed up. He tries to paddle it around the corner. I think he probably planted his front foot too far across, the ball just spinning and brushing the leg stump. That's all was needed. That's all you need to go your way. Sixth wicket goes down. It's 141 for 6. Both Blazers are in deep, deep trouble. So Raghav has gone bang bang, 2 wickets lost in quick succession, and both Blazers are under tremendous pressure. They are in all sorts. Raghav has just broken free. He has obliterated the lower middle order, and now we are into the tail. Here's a look at the dismissal again. Good bit of flight. Look at that. Plays all around it. He was looking to drive the ball. There may have been a little bit of gap between bat and pad, and I think that's what he should have tried. He should have probably played it a touch straighter. He tried to aim through the covers, and that's how he was picked up. He was removed from the equation, and from 141 for 5, it's now looking very bleak for both Blazers. They've slipped to 141 for 7. On a hat trick, Raghav. Oh, he survives. Shankar survives the hat trick ball. You're talking about Raghav not quite hitting his straps, being a bit on the higher side, but he's proved us all wrong. He has just silenced us completely. What a performance! What a contribution from him! End of the over, it's 141 for 7, a successful one for Raghav and his side. So Paint Panthers looking to wrap this one early. Wrap this innings quickly, get a big lead, possibly over 100 runs. Neog Sunesh into the attack. He's been wicketless, but his teammates have been picking up wickets. His teammates have been among the wickets, and he's just not been able to do justice to his wickets column yet. Though he's been economical, he's been very tight, he's been accurate, he's bowled some delightful deliveries. He's landed the ball in the right areas on that occasion, slightly on the shorter side, but very tidy, very tidy. He's not given away too many runs, just 8 runs in 5.1 overs. He's going at less than 2 runs per over, so that's very sharp stuff. This time a little shorter, a little straighter as well. Wide not given, but it's two consecutive dot balls. I think both Blazers will need to just soak the pressure, play a few dot deliveries on that occasion a little bit quicker through the air. Oh, plays it on the back foot. Tentative. Inside edge. Survives. Four consecutive dot balls. Aniket hasn't looked very fluent, especially the last delivery where he was playing it off the back foot. The ball just bouncing off the inside edge, and this time beaten on the drive. Ball almost spinning through the gate. But he was deceived. He was certainly deceived in the flight. The slowness of the delivery causing some problem. Once again, tentative, feet a little bit stuck. He got a little bit stuck in his crease there. Made an over from the bowler. It's 141 for 7 after 43. So Raghav has certainly dented both Blazers. Both Blazers were hoping to take this innings forward. Now they are in serious trouble. They only have 3 wickets in hand. Before Raghav was introduced, they had 5, and Raghav has taken 2 of those, and now they're just left with 3 wickets. If it's more than 11 to bat, then they'll probably have 4 wickets, but we're not too sure about that yet. But wickets always a very valuable currency for the bowling side. Doesn't matter how many wickets you have as a batting unit, whether it's 10 or 11 or 12. Wickets is always a very crucial currency for a bowling side, and that can keep any bowling side in the game. And right now, Paint Panthers very much in the game. They have their energy levels up. The confidence is going through the roof. Raghav bowling some very accurate deliveries. He's been very deadly with the ball. Four balls done, two to go. They trail by 151 runs still. A lot of catching up to do, a lot of lost ground to cover. Now he has punched that off the back foot and he has found the gap through point region. A nice way to play the shot on the back foot. Raghav just bowling it a touch quicker, no real spin on offer, no threat whatsoever. Safe as a house. He didn't really have to worry about the ball at all. It just came to the bat quite nicely, and he was able to time the ball nicely off the back foot as well. Was able to place the ball quite comfortably into the gap. This time, Raghav just alters his length, balls a lot fuller, and at the stumps. That will bring us to the end of the over. It's 145 for 7 after 44. Oh, little bit of turn there. Some sharp turn for Nyog. Took all the pace off, bowled it very, very slow, and that's why he was able to extract that turn. Chips it slightly in the air, pushes it to. Oh, there's a chance. There could be a chance. I think the finger has been raised. He is not happy. The non striker was not happy with the decision. Probably because he knows that he's short of his ground. He's nowhere in the frame. Look at that. The ball bouncing off his gloves. And I get a feeling the keeper has probably broken the stumps before he gathered the ball. Now, I'm not sure whether that's a wicket, but we saw a glimpse of that in the replay. Ball was not quite gathered cleanly before the stumps were broken. Not out is the decision. It looked very close. Turn and bounce beats the outside edge of Aniket's bat. Gets beaten again on the drive this time. One ball left in this over. Five dot balls so far. No runs off the bat in this over. Loopy delivery tossed up. Safely negotiated on the front foot. Aniket keeps that one out. End of the 45th. It's 145 for 7. Batting card so far, you can see 41, top score of 41. Couple of useful contributions, a few useful contributions from the board Blazers batters, but none of them have gone on to play that big innings. Someone will have to play that big knock to take them close to Pain Panthers' first inning score of 291. I think they posted 292, correction. So somebody has to play the long innings, one big innings to take uh, board Blazers close to the 290 run mark. The closer they are to Pain Panthers 292, the better it is. Have to get themselves close If they're not able to get a lead, runs margin matters a lot. Every margin matters. It's a game of fine margins. Lovely ball. Gets beaten on the drive. Raghav now switches to round the wicket. Change of angle for him. Throws it a touch too wide on that occasion. Left alone. This time he sweeps. Almost could have been cleaned up around his legs. He exposed his leg stump there. The ball not really far away from kissing the leg stump. He's got to be careful. He's picked up a wicket in this manner already before. So you got to be a little bit cautious. End of the over. And both Blazers are 145 for 7 after 46. So New York to continue. He's bowled so well but without luck. He's gone at less than 1.5 runs per over. Just 8 runs he's given in 7 balls, and he has threatened. He has constantly threatened the batters. He's gone past the outside edge. He's gone past the inside edge. He's troubled the batters a lot. He has certainly created a lot of problems. Nicely worked away into the gap. The fielder will cut it off. Lofted, slogged away rather. Loopy delivery, too full. Neo got it too full, and Aniket was able to smother the spin. Got to the pitch of the ball nicely. Look at that, too much of flight, low full toss. In fact, he intercepted the ball on the full, and no one at deep square leg. Lots of real estate on the leg side, and an easy boundary in the end for Aniket. 47 overs done. It's 151 for 7. So Raghav and Niog operating in tandem from two ends. Now Raghav has bowled a no ball, so he'll have to re-ball that. Thankfully, there's no free hit, so he has one less thing to worry about after bowling a no ball. But clearly, he should have got that right. Spinners bowling a no ball. It's been a topic of debate. It's always been a topic of debate, with many wondering why spinners end up bowling a no ball. Why do they get their front foot over the line, bowling from a short run up? Well, sometimes things do happen. It's not entirely in our control. Things do happen, lapses do occur. You're a human. Pressure can get to you, pressure can make you do a lot of things, a lot of irrational things at times, which you may not anticipate initially. It's all about learning and adapting. And that comes with skills, with time. And just like that, Raghav has struck again, picking up his third wicket of the day, third wicket of the match. And he is in the middle of a very fine spell. Look at that, tossed up, good little bit of flight, the ball possibly spinning back in, and totally deceived through the gate. 8 down. It's 152 for 8. It looks as though Paint Panthers will walk away with a huge lead unless both Blazers really find a way to stitch some partnership which can just bring down the deficit a little bit. Aniket batting on 20, but he needs his partners to keep their wickets intact. Ashwath comes out to the middle, played on the back foot, and another successful over for Raghav. Yes, there was a no ball in it, but there was also a wicket as well. 48 done. It's 152 for 8. Here's the performance of all the bowlers that have been used so far in this match, in this innings from Pain Panthers, and we'll see a change of bowling. The captain just changing the tempo of the game a little bit, bringing his pacer on, and you can see we've got one slip, one fielder at short extra cover. We all know what the line would be. Krisha Reddy into the attack, best bowling figures of 3 for 5, economy rate less than 3. And we've got one slip, one fielder at short extra cover. The line is going to be just outside off stump around the good length area. And if Aniket just pushes at it, then he could give a chance. Just like that, he could create opportunities for Paint Panthers. There's a slip waiting. If he goes a little bit hard, the ball can just pop into the hands of the slip fielder, or else there's a fielder at short extra cover, as you can see to the left of your screen. he can come into business as well if Aniket pushes just a wee bit harder, because there has been a little bit of awkward bounce. You can clearly see the plan Krishe is sticking to. Is bowling it just outside off stump, the line just outside off stump, but he's got to work on his length. On that occasion, he was a touch too full, because if you bowl full, you allow the batter to get to the pitch of the ball, and when they're able to do that, they can negate the threat, they can neutralize the threat. So you want to be as threatening as you can as a bowling side. Now, Krishay bowls a Yorker and completely taken off guard Aniket there with that Yorker. Oh, clean him up! Look at that! A rash shot, a brain faint moment really for Aniket. Why was there a need to play a shot like that? You are precariously placed as a side. You don't have a lot of batting to follow. You are a well set batter. You're supposed to play with a little bit of responsibility. But I guess on that occasion, he's just lost the plot. Pressure building, pressure building. Ninth wicket goes down. It's 152 for 9. Krisha Reddy is rewarded with a wicket. He's still got one ball to go in this over. And both Blazers have a massive deficit of 140 runs ahead of them. And sadly, they don't have a lot of wickets left in the bank. That's the dismissal. Full and straight. You miss, I hit. The ball possibly coming back in with the angle, and he'll be very, very disappointed if he sees that replay there. He was in no position to play that shot, got himself into a very, very awkward position. The ball just going under his bat and just brushing the leg stump. That's what you want as a bowler. All it has to do is just brush the stumps, and you're in with a wicket. So not a lot of batting left for both Blazers. They started the day well. The partnership was building. I think it was Adil and the skipper. But once that partnership was broken, both Blazers failed to keep their wickets column quiet. They're not done yet, but I don't think they can last much longer if they continue to lose wickets in such a manner. Brilliant finish to the over from Krisha Reddy. He was right on the money. End of the over. It's 49 overs done. 152 is the score for the loss of 9 wickets. Both Blazers. Sagar Krishna, you. He's been the most expensive bowler. And he's also managed to pick up a wicket, but off a no ball. Pretty high full toss. That was a very wayward delivery to start off your spell. Too full. In fact, the ball, yeah, comfortably. In fact, it's around shoulder height. They were celebrating, but I think the umpire made the right call there. That was clearly high, very, very high. in fact around waist height. He will not be warned though, the bowler, because that was not a threatening ball. It was not traveling fast. Had there been a little bit of pace on that ball, the umpire would have had a strict word with the bowler and with the captain. Nicely driven, too full, overpitched, drilled. Thank you very much. Board Blazers need these boundaries. They need some runs from their lower order. Look at that, too full, nicely driven into the gap, and what a shot to get yourself off the mark. He's batting low down the order, but that was a good looking cover drive. I think any top order batter would be proud to play a shot like that. He's been quite expensive as well. In fact, he's the most expensive bowler for Paint Panthers. Certainly struggled with his line, with his length. The direction has not always been spot on. Nicely punched off the back foot on the shorter side. Has he found the gap? Some work to be done by the fielder. He's not going to get there. Another boundary for Ashwath. Two boundaries in almost quick succession in this over. Some pressure being released by the bowler. He drags his length marginally short. He picks the length early, plays it off the back foot, punches it well, and generates enough power to beat the fielder in the deep extra cover. He didn't have to move a great deal. It was probably 20 yards to his left, but it was timed so nicely that he had very little time to track that down. So certainly, both Blazers have got some move on in this over. No ball, then couple of boundaries, one ball to go. Every run very vital at this stage. That'll help them bridge the gap. They don't want this deficit to be a lot on the higher side. 50 overs done. Both Blazers are 161 for 9. So Krisher to continue. Keeper standing up. Some work to be done by the keeper. Not easy to stand up against a medium pacer. The ball can ricochet off the inside edge or off the outside edge. It could bounce unpredictably, and you've got very little time behind the stumps to judge. So, some tough work the keeper is doing behind the stumps. Possibly there's a plan to keep the batters inside the crease, prevent them from using their feet, and that way you can just bowl a particular length as a bowler. You can just settle into your rhythm, and that's what he wants. Another good looking ball, a good looking shot as well, plays it straight back to the bowler, plays it with a straight bat as well. Another good delivery on the money. Both Blazers will have to just try and get the remaining runs whichever way they can, make the most of the remaining 2 or 3 wickets. Down the leg side, and that's worked away to square leg. 51 overs done. Here's a look at the batting card. Some small contributions, but not big enough. And Pain Panthers are in total command at this stage of the game. Players might just take a bit of a pause for drinks. So it's drinks time. Players for time for the players to reassess how the game is moving along, and I'm pretty sure both Blazers needed that break very badly because their condition is quite dire. Pain Panthers have a very big lead of 131 runs, but they still have some work to be done. The bowlers will need to pick up the remaining wickets and really restrict both Blazers. If Pain Panthers get a lead, it'll be such a big confidence booster for them. But they'll also need to be conscious of time. There's not a lot of overs left. They need to finish this innings quickly and then get a score once they bat. At the moment, we are seeing a little bit of counter attack from Ashwath. He's hit 3 boundaries. He is dealing in boundaries. He scored 12 runs. All those 12 runs coming in the form of boundaries. That was a long hop from Sagar. A rare loose ball from a Paint Panthers bowler, and he was dispatched. So every run very crucial from here on. Not a lot of batting left.
But Ashwath is getting those useful runs and he's trying to bridge that gap, which is good to see. And if Ashwath can just get himself to a good score, and if Arjun also follows suit, then certainly both Blazers will feel confident. They will have a little bit of confidence. And as you can see, another good shot from Ashwath. Well, he's a lower order batter, but he is certainly showing some positive sign. Fourth boundary for him, this time through the offside, through the slip cordon. Plays it very delicately with soft hands, which allowed him to thread the gap. And now Ashwath really making Paint Panthers think. Long hop, short aside, but straight to the fielder at square leg. Would have most certainly been another four had it been, few yards to the left or right of the fielder. Arjun G on strike. The last wicket partnership, correction, this lower order partnership is certainly giving both Blazers some impetus. It's giving them some life. Ashwath hitting those crucial boundaries. And that will be the end of the over. It's 170 for 9 after 52. So Paint Panthers need to realize their job is not done yet. Yes, they're in a very ideal position, lead well over 100. They've got to dismantle the lower order, pick up the remaining wickets, achieve a massive first innings lead of 100 plus runs, then bat for a few overs, set a target of 200, and then ask both Blazers to have a go at that one. Certainly, they need to pick up the remaining wickets quickly, and you'll expect them to go hard with the bat once it's the second innings because they'll have a big lead, and they would want to set a target. And remember, it's a 2 day game, so there is no tomorrow after this, after today. Overs ticking by, time ticking by, so they've got to make the most of every opportunity which they get. On that occasion, Ashwath didn't really play that pull shot confidently, but he'll take a run. A lot fuller this time, driven but straight to the fielder at short extra cover. How many more runs can both Blazers get from this stage? At the moment, Ashwath and Arjun trying to take the attack to paint Panthers, trying to stitch together a partnership, which is frustrating Paint Panthers a little bit. They want this innings to be done and dusted as soon as possible. Oh, Yorker and ball from Krishay, but he's managed to get it away for a single. So Arjun gets off the mark after 11 balls. He has been able to open his account with a single. Final ball of the over coming up. Driven down the ground mid off, cuts it off, and that will take us to the end of the over. 53 overs done, it's 172 for 9. Krisha Reddy has bowled 6 overs, given away 6 runs, and has picked up a wicket. So he too has been very, very tight, very, very impactful. Sagar Krishna will continue. He's been a little bit erratic. He's been inconsistent with his line, with his length. Control hasn't always been there for him. But if he can pick up a wicket or two, he can surely prove us all wrong. You can clearly see he got his radar fractionally wrong. Goes a little wider, little straighter down the leg side. There you go. Nothing wrong with the length, just the line. Now what has happened there? He's asking the question, leg before appeal, possibly. Interesting. Oh, no wonder what he was appealing for. Was it LBW, or was it hit the ball twice, or was it obstructing the field? But because clearly you could see the ball was hit for a second time. Only decision the umpire needs to make is whether he did that deliberately or not. Two modes of dismissals in the offing: obstructing the field or hit the ball twice. He could have been out either way. When the umpire chose not to give any decision in the bowling team's favor, clearly that was not intentional. End of the over, 54 done. It's 173 for 9. So Mayank comes into the attack for the first time. Not for the first time, for the second time today. The captain moving to spin, trying to slow the tempo of this pace down and possibly wind things up. 3 overs, 13 runs, 0 maidens, 15 dot balls, a wicket as well. Now the slip comes in a little bit wider, floats it up, drilled into the gap between cover and extra cover. Fielder has a chase, keeps it down to just a couple of runs. Left alone on that occasion. So Arjun and Ashwath building a partnership, putting up a fight, putting up a resistance 23 runs of 35 balls. Very invaluable. Very, very invaluable at a time when it was looking like the end was near. Arjun and Ashwath have just stretched it a little bit, but they have to keep resisting. They're still 117 runs away from the first inning score. So, plenty of overs to go through, plenty of runs to be knocked off, plenty of runs still pending. So, difficult time, really. Not a lot of left in hand. And bowling has been very good from Pain Panthers, who've not given away too many loose deliveries to score off. End of the over. 55 done. It's 176 for 9. So Vasudev brought back into the attack. Only 3 overs for him so far. He's not picked up a wicket. Captain needs a wicket. And captain wants this innings to end. Because both Blazers getting close to the 200 run mark. At one stage it seemed very, very distant. But now it's looking like a real possibility. Pink Panthers don't need to hit the panic button yet. They've got to be mindful of the deficit. With every delivery, that deficit is shrinking. Sensible batting so far from Arjun and Ashwath. Hitting the ball consistently in the gaps. It's been remarkable trait from Ashwath and Arjun. They are able to hit the ball in the gaps, rotate the strike, something you don't often associate with lower order batters at this age. And despite batting low down the order, they have shown a lot of maturity. And they're keeping this innings intact for both Blazers. They're keeping them in the game. 25-run partnership in 43 balls. Very invaluable, especially when it's low down the order. We've got two blokes who are not really renowned for their batting skills, but they're batting like proper batters. That was a very good looking sweep shot. Had there been no fielder there, it would have been a gorgeous shot. Would have been a boundary. 56 done. It's 178 for 9. Mayank will continue, and Payne Panthers desperately looking for the remaining wickets. Innings is not done yet. They're looking to end this innings, and for that they need to pick up wickets. They've come very close, but and now they need to just finish off the job. They're having to face some tough resistance from Ashwat and Arjun, who are very. It looks as though they have put a price tag on their wicket, which was missing from the earlier batters, the middle order batters, not really making too much of an impact. Down the leg side, was looking to whip it away. Fine, but he misses. Ashwat getting himself to a good score, 19 of 24. Any tail ender batter would be happy with that score. He can get few more as well. Low full toss, bad ball, punished, down the ground, four all the way. Ashwat into his 20s. So he's putting the bad balls away. He can do that quite easily without even breaking a sweat. Mid off was up, and it was a little bit wider, which allowed him to place the gap, which allowed him to place the ball in the gap. Can he end this over well with another boundary? No, just a back foot punch straight to the fielder at cover. So the runs are coming for both Blazers. They are 182 for 9 after 57 overs. So the hunt for the remaining wickets is on. Painter is looking to put a swift end to this innings. At the moment, it's a bit of a struggle for Vasu. Oops. Was done. Both Blazers still hanging in there at 182 for 9. Is really giving um, both Blazers some hope, something to cheer about. It's been a tough day so far for both Blazers, but they're getting themselves close to the 200 run mark. So change of bowling. Ashika is brought back into the attack. A nice looking drive straight to the fielder. And so the hunt is on for the final wicket. And both bases. Good to see they're putting on the fight. The lower order does not want to give up just yet. The four dot ball so far in this over. Ashwath K getting a move on. Arjun, well, he's more happy to defend his wicket. 6 of 31. Good little resistance from him. Now he's taking his chances, and he has really gone hard at that one. Lofts it over the bowler's head, and Ashwath, I guess now he's beginning to break from the shackles. Nothing wrong with the delivery, but a very good looking shot, aggressive shot on the up, and clearly no one was expecting him to take such a risk at this stage of the innings. He's moved on to 27 and he's breaking from the shackles. He's growing in confidence as well. This is a very difficult territory for Paint Panthers. They were not expecting such a fight back, but now they need to find a way to break this partnership, which is starting to really frustrate them. It's 186 for 9 after 59 overs. So Shravan Biju, the captain, had no option but to switch back to his strike bowler. The spinners have bowled well, but they've just not been able to pick up that elusive wicket. So the captain switches to pace, he turns to pace, and Biju, who's been the pick of the bowlers, has been brought back into the attack, and he'll have only one job to do, that is to break this partnership and preferably get Ashwath out, take him out of the equation completely. But they still have a lead, a healthy cushion of 106 runs, but they're just not able to find the wicket. That's been the problem. Partnership is growing. It's 41 runs now. The two have added 41 runs. Correction. The two have added 34 runs for this for the 10th wicket stand. That is monumental, especially when you talk about lower order batters. Even a 20-30 run partnership is phenomenal effort. They've put on 34 so far, and they can get a few more as overs roll by. So both Blazers making some recovery and making a timely recovery. Just when it felt like they're slipping away from them, they've managed to put on a partnership and keep themselves alive. Batter pulls out just at the last split second. Frustrating moment for Shravan Biju. There's not much he can do about it. If the batter is not ready, you have no option but to walk back to your mark. Oh, now how did that miss the off stump? My word. Arjun G was gone for all money. That was a good looking delivery. Ball coming back in with the angle. Just missed the off stump by a very, very slim margin there. And he's known for creating such wicket taking opportunities, Shravan Biju, which is why he's picked up 3 wickets, which is why the captain has brought him on. So the onus, the responsibility rests on his shoulders. He's got to bring his team back in this game. They are well in it. Make no mistake about it. They are well in this game, but they've just allowed this partnership to drift a little bit. They've just allowed this partnership to take the game away from them. And at the moment, it's tough going for Pain Panthers. They still have a massive lead of over 100 runs, so they don't have to worry on that front. Last ball of the over. Nicely bowled. There's an appeal. Will not take a run there. 60 done. It's 186 for 9. Ashika, can she pick up a wicket? Can she be the one who can give Pain Panthers a bit of a lift? The game just starting to drift away from them a little bit, but they still have a massive lead on the board. They still have a massive deficit or cushion, so to say. So they should not panic just yet. They should not restless. They should not be restless. It's all about making a plan and executing it. Ball according to a plan. The lower order batters from both Blazers have certainly kept the Blazers alive in this game, but they know that they're not out of the woods yet. One wicket goes, they might lose another one. There's a saying, one brings two, and when you've got tail ender batters to follow, and that could very much be the case for your side. So they need to be mindful of that. One wicket can bring two, and that could be the end of their innings. Low full toss, chips it in the air over the bowler's head, and brilliant effort there by the fielder. From long on, he had to put the dive in. He tried to go for the catch, realizing that that was a very crucial, and that could have been a very crucial wicket. It was their strike batter, Ashwath, and he just could not get his fingertips there. Just wide, but they'll take 4 runs. Ashwath into his 30s now. He's playing a very fine cameo, and that this innings can possibly save both Blazers from a defeat. Too early to say that just yet. We're not halfway through the day yet, but certainly some resistance, something to be proud of. Lead just over 102. Sorry, the deficit just over 102. Really good ball, straight at the stumps. But the runs are coming. Runs are coming for both Blazers. The partnership building now. It's gaining some momentum. Both Blazers are 190 for 9. So what's the captain thinking? The Pain Panthers captain. Biju will do ball a few overs. Captain would want him to pick up a wicket or two. They don't require too many wickets to bundle both Blazers out, but the job has to be done. They've got to close out well. So far, they've not been able to get it right. Runs are coming at a steady rate. Lots of singles and twos, odd boundaries coming here and there. So clearly, both Blazers have made their intentions clear. They want to fight. They are here to compete. The ball's still looking hard and new. So thoughts on Arjun G? He's faced 37 balls. He hasn't had to do a lot of scoring. Only has scored 6 runs, but he has kept one end quiet. He's kept his end quiet. He has turned the strike over to Ashwath consistently enough. Ashwath has been doing all the scoring. He has batted under so much pressure and he has responded well under pressure. 31 of 38 balls. He's played like a genuine batter. We didn't see such an intent from the other batters, other top order batters getting small starts, not able to convert. But he has certainly got a start and he's rattling along nicely. We could see the first half century from a board Blazers batter if Ashwath continues at this pace. Oh, that's gone through. That's gone through. I think that's the second new ball, which has a little bit of zip and carry. The keeper, probably late reaction from him. Probably got some awkward bounce as well. And he was not able to stop that. He's allowed it to go through. And it's going to be a boundary. 4 buys, that too. And a real bonus for the batting side. Oh, just misses the stumps at the striker's end. Another productive over for Blazers. They move on to 194 after 62 overs. Pain Panthers just starting to get a little bit restless, and the partnership has certainly moved along. It has come a long way, 42 runs of 80 balls. That's where we stand in terms of partnership between Ashwath and Arjun G. Arjun hasn't had to do a great deal of scoring, but he has given Ashwath K some hope. He's held one end together, he's kept one end quiet with his resolute batting. Ashika PS, can you give Pain Panthers a wicket? It's a second new ball that's been slapped away. That's been slapped really, really hard. Struck so nicely. Carves it away through point. And the runs keep coming. Ashwath moves on to 35. Both Blazers move on to 198. And the partnership is now worth 46 runs. What a partnership. Breathtaking effort from Ashwath and Arjun GV. Just bringing both Blazers to life. They now trail by 94 runs. So now they'll start feeling a little bit better as they get closer and closer to Pain Panthers' first innings score. And that's just too wide. Ashika getting it wrong. Too much of swing on offer. The ball kept shaping away from Ashwath. Got it too wide there. Chips it down the ground and just over the non striker. Risky shot, but I think now Ashwath, after spending so much time in the middle, will take his chances. And he'll try to dominate out in the middle. He go to take some misses out on the cut shot there. 200 is up with that run. Finally, the 200 has been achieved, and both Blazers can really start thinking of getting close to Paint Panthers' first innings total, run them close really, and really take the attack back to Paint Panthers. They were hoping of a quick finish, but the lower order has stood tall. Cut away this time, straight to the fielder. Are they taking a quick run? Oh, direct hit would have been very, very close. Let's have a look. That's the shot he played and tried to squeeze in a tight single. Look at that. Direct hit, yes, definitely. He would have been short of his ground. I think that's what the pair needs to work on is to run between wickets. Because they are lower order batters, there will be a little bit of indecision while running between the wickets. But for the time being, they don't need to worry about running the wickets because consistently Ashwath is able to find the boundaries. That was another poor delivery angling down leg, but the way he got his placement right was absolutely immaculate. Ends the over on a high. It's 205 for 9 after 63. So certainly, Paint Panthers have their work cut out. The lower order is standing tall. Arjun and Ashwath by no means have looked uncomfortable. In fact, they've looked very comfortable. They've scored runs freely. They've been at ease and pressure back on the bowling side. Paint Panthers. They need to figure out a way to end this partnership, end this resistance once and for all. This partnership has just taken the game away from them a wee bit. Gets beaten past the inside edge of his bat. Nicely balled, nicely defended. Blocks it from his crease. A no ball is the signal. Not sure what the reason is. Possibly he would have gone over the line. Now there's possibly half a shout for a leg before there. Arjun G clearly indicating there was bat involved. End of the over. 64 done. It's 206 for 9. Board Blazers getting closer and closer to Paint Panthers' first inning score of 292. It's game on here at Green Sports Village. Correction, Sports Garden.
So the search for the last two wickets is on. It's not over yet, at least not in this innings. For both Blazers, they have recovered well. They've shown remarkable recovery, and it's been a great test of their character. And look at that. Ashwath now really beginning to cut loose. He's gained a lot of confidence. He spent a lot of time in the middle, did all the hard work, and now he's in the mood to attack. Look at that. He's just launched it towards the leg side. Didn't go all the way to the boundary. Didn't go all the way on the full, but certainly he's picked up a four, and runs keep coming. It's in fact coming thick and fast for both Blazers. Trail by 82 runs. Not a lot of runs now. Both Blazers gradually beginning to get the command. Another good looking shot, driven but mid off. Does really well to stop that. Could have been back to back fours for him. He moves on to 45 now. One ball to go in this over. And that's the end of the over. It's 211 for 9. Good recovery being shown here by both Blazers. Run from here is going to hurt Paint Panthers, but Paint Panthers are the defending champions, just like India. They're the defending champions of the T20 World Cup 2024. Ashwath has certainly stood tall, batting low down the order. You don't expect somebody at this age to show so much maturity. He's shown a lot of maturity. He's kept a calm head on his shoulders, and he has taken his chances whenever the situation called for it. So he's taken his chances. He's looked in control, but at times he's taken his chances as well. And it's been good going so far for both Blazers. They lost wickets quite quickly, and they started the day. They kept losing wickets, but now they found a way to keep the wickets column quiet. Cut away in the air and into the gap as well. For a moment, I thought there was a chance for the fielding team. He hit that ball in the air, but he managed to place that in the gap. Never looked in total control of the ball. The fielder at backward point, not really far from that ball. It was hit to his left, but it was hit with some power and with some force. Little time to track that ball down, and end result another boundary. The deficit now down to 77. So both Blazers certainly inching closer, and the lower order has come good, at least with the bat. We're seeing a tight contest, very very tight contest, and that's what people wanted to see initially. And we're seeing a very evenly poised battle between the two sides. Two really
good sides, quality sides. Spain Panthers, obviously the defending champions. Both Blazers playing their first game of the tournament. It's a debut for them. Low full toss this time, but straight to the fielder. Wonder whether Raghav should be brought back into the attack. He was the one who dented Bold Blazers earlier in the piece, picked up 2 wickets in the space of 1 over, and really started a bit of a mini collapse, which has now gone missing ever since. Slightly on the shorter side, but well played on the back foot. 66 done. It's 215 for 9. A little too wide on that occasion. Very, very wide, in fact. Wide not given since it's a multi day game. And that ball was well within the return crease. So Ashika gets away with it. Oh, close, close, very close. Not very far away from the outside edge. Pain Panthers need some luck to go their way. And both Blazers in the past 30 minutes or so, both Blazers have recovered. Both Blazers have covered a lot of lost ground as well. Nicely balled, but very well played. Chance of a run out. Oh, they're appealing. They are appealing. Let's have a look. A very risky single though. And the batter had to put the dive in. But I guess he was home. We'll have another look from a better angle. A better pickup would have made matters a bit interesting. But at the moment, luck favoring both Blazers a little bit. Oops. Balls are too far wide. But gets away with it again. 78 fours and counting hit so far. Once again gets her radar wrong. She's been quite wide in this over. She gets away with it. 67 done. It's 216 for 9. technical difficulties. The power has been restored, and both Blazers are marching along quite nicely. Raghav has been brought into the attack, and now Pink Panthers really need a wicket here. They really have to break this partnership, and Ashwa for you. And the captain has given him a responsibility. He's got to remove these lower order batters. Top it, chance. This could be a chance. Oh, just over. Oh, I thought he probably found the fielder. Let's have a look at the shot. A lot of risk involved, but he has spent quite a lot of time in the middle. And now they can really start playing their shots with a little bit of freedom. They've got their eye in. The momentum is set. They look very much composed now, Arjun and Ashwat. The partnership continues to grow. It's worth 72 runs, the partnership for the ninth wicket. Wow, that's some effort from Arjun and Ashwat. Driven but straight to the fielder at extra cover. One ball to go. Another wicketless over on the cards for Pain Panthers. They're being put under the pump. They're not used to being challenged in such a fashion. End of the over, it's 224 for 9. Neog Sunesh, he's not picked up a wicket so far in this match, but he's been very economical. 8 overs for just 14 runs, and it's just the time where he needs to strike. Really has to. And the moment the game is just drifting away, it's just drifting away from Pain Panthers a little bit. Oh, drag down. Too short down the leg side. Ashwath has missed out on it. He's batting on 49. Just needs one run to get to his personal milestone, and he will be mighty, mighty pleased. He'll be very proud of himself if he gets to his 50. And that will be it. That is his moment. He'll get a single, he'll get to his 50, and he'll raise his bat to acknowledge the dugout. That's the shot he played to get to his 50. Lot of risk involved, but there were not a lot of fielders on the offside, especially inside the inner ring. So all he had to do was clear the infield, which he did. And 50 is up for Ashwath, 50 of 64 balls. Both Blazers still on 226 for 9, make it 227. And now we are seeing a little bit of urgency from Arjun and Ashwath. They are hitting the ball in the air. That's his innings so far, 11 fours. No sixes hit by any batter so far in this match. How well have they recovered this innings? At one stage, they were precariously placed. They had their backs against the wall, and now, certainly, they're having an impact. End of the over, it's 229 for 9. Dwevat into the attack now. And boy, do they need this partnership to be broken. They really have to put this partnership to an end. At the moment, they're just motoring along nicely, the two. Cut away this time, but off the outside edge. There's no one at third man. Another boundary. This time, Arjun jumping into the act. Score moves on to 233. And with every run now, Blazers will be looking to bridge the gap. The deficit has also significantly come down thanks to this partnership, which is going strong. Deficit now down to 59 runs, and the partnership has moved on to 81 runs. The two have put on 81 runs. This is a very strong partnership. Now he chips it down the ground and just over the fielder at mid off. So both Blazers are in total command. They are running away with this game, and the two batters are taking their chances. After a very sedate start, after establishing a bit of a base, they are now going after the bowling. And we are seeing a shift in momentum. Certainly a shift in momentum. Paint Panthers no longer in total command of the proceedings. In fact, they're on the receiving end. They're trying to find a way to get out of this. 72 overs done. Excellent recovery by both Blazers. They have moved their score to 237 for the loss of 9 wickets. Paint Panthers shuffling their bowlers across. Someone needs to put their hand up and say, I want to do the job, Skip. I want to pick the remaining wickets and put an end to this resistance from both Blazers, which is starting to frustrate Paint Panthers. Oh, an inside edge. He was not quite close to the pitch of the ball. He was never in control. A bit of a wild slog across the line, resulting in an inside edge. And another boundary. Fortune favoring Ashwath. More importantly, fortune on both Blazers' side at the moment. Score moves on to 241. Partnership also getting close to the 100 run mark. The two have added 89 runs in 143 balls. Boy, that has really got them back in the game. And oh, Neog Sunesh, how close was he to picking up his first wicket of the match? Ashwath looking to go down the ground, the ball spinning into him sharply. There's plenty happening in this over. You've seen two close calls, low full toss that's been chipped down the ground, and he has found the gap. The fielder gives up the chase. It was to the right of long on. He had to cover some ground, but he was not able to get there in time. A poor delivery, which got the treatment and nicely placed into the gap. He didn't really time the ball too well. The bat possibly turned in his hand, but he was able to get the gap right. Now another high full toss. This time it's been hammered down the ground and straight to long arm. End of the over. Disappointing over for New York Sunesh. He went for a few runs there. It's 246 for 9. Both Blazers are recovering well at this stage. The Paint Panthers skipper constantly shuffling and moving around his bowlers. Need to find a way to mix it up. Now there's an appeal. And Raghav has struck. The partnership has been broken. Ashwa, the real danger man, has been removed. Finally, the partnership ends. The deficit still 46 runs strong. They have a wicket still left. They have a few in the bank, but the partnership has been broken. And at last, Ashwath's innings comes to a close. He goes for a well made 61 in 73 balls. Boy, he certainly dragged both Blazers out of the woods. And Raga once again showing his resilience with the ball. That's the dismissal. Nicely tossed up. A faint feather. The tiniest of the touches. The keeper. Juggling effort from him behind the stumps, but does really well to hold on to the ball. It's 246 for 10. So Anup walks out to the middle strike rate of 47 average, under 20. If he can get a few runs for his side, that will really help both Blazers get close to Paint Panthers' first inning score. And they can now define themselves in a position where they can really think of getting a lead now. This partnership between Anup and Aswath, between Arjun and Aswath, has certainly given both Blazers some hope. Arjun is well set at the other end, and both Blazers can't afford to lose him because if they lose Arjun in quick succession, they may not be able to get past the Paint Panthers' first inning score. Defends it off the back foot. End of the over. 74 overs done. Both Blazers are 246 for 10. New York Sunesh has been wicketless, but he's bowled really well. He has created opportunities, and the batters had to survive a few close calls against his bowling. Goes on the back foot, punches it nicely but straight to the fielder. Driven this time, but straight to extra cover. Can't get it past him. It'll be interesting to see what would be Arjun's strategy. How will he approach in the innings now? He won't have a lot of partners. Will he try to take most of the strike? I think he should. He's batted beautifully, and that's the stop. Oh, almost a collision there. Oh, cleaned him up. What a beauty. Niog strikes. Eventually, he had to work hard for his wicket. Got his first one of the match, and that's how he got it. Spun through the gate. Big, big gap between bat and pad. And the 11th wicket goes. We may have one more wicket after this, but Pain Panthers have done well to pick up those last two wickets, and they would now realize that they have a chance of getting a lead. It may not be a big one, 44-run lead. Could be much lesser than that, but they will still have a lead if they pick up the last wicket. I think we have one more wicket to go after this one. It's going to be a lady, Lahanvi. She walks out to bat. Both Blazers haven't reached 250 yet. Raghav looking to just close out proceedings. He's picked four, one wicket away from his five for. Oh, he's got a five for. Raghav has got a five for. 5 for 28 are his figures. And I think that will be the end of the board Blazers innings. A terrific fight back from their lower order. When the chips were down, they could have fallen so far behind the game, but in the end, they managed to get to 249. They've done really well to get to 249, but in the process, they have given away a lead of 43 runs to Payne Panthers. This will be the end of the innings, not the match. Players will head for a break, and we shall have the Payne Panthers innings underway very shortly. Thanks for tuning in, but be sure to stay connected because we'll have the Payne Panthers innings coming up next in few minutes time from now. Blazers, they needed a wicket up front to dent Paint Panthers. Paint Panthers have a healthy lead. They don't need to worry about it. It's all about setting a target for the final few hours of the day. What's going to be the target? What score they'll be comfortable with? I think these are the questions which they'll have to address. Chips it in the air, could be a chance just wide of the fielder at square leg. The fielder was certainly in business. He could have so easily got to it. But Paint Panthers living dangerously at the moment. Clearly, they are finding it a little bit difficult. And good decision by the Board Blazers captain to be 5 hours to go. Less than 5 hours to go. Paint Panthers are batting first. They're batting now. And if they want to win this game, they've got to put on a good score within the next 2 hours or so. They at the moment they lead by around 45 odd runs. If they can stretch their score to 150 in the next couple of hours and then declare, they could still have a chance of bundling out board blazers. They could have a chance of getting a result, and I think that's what the players need to play for. They can't always make do with no result or draw. They have to push themselves for the win, even though the chances of that look very minimal at this stage. 2 overs done. Pain Panthers have been rocked early. They're 3 for 1 at this stage. The Tripathi immediately making an impact with the ball. Now he's got his tail up. Gautam Raj and Sean have to be very careful. He'll be a threat, that's for sure. Somya is Tripathi. She's giving it some good drift, and that was a close call. Somya adamant, pleading with the umpire. Umpire straight away gesturing that the ball may have gone down leg. Somya can't believe her luck. Certainly, she had Gautam Raj in some degree of trouble there. Good little action, nice follow through, puts some decent amount of revs on the ball. Very repeatable action and a very promising future ahead of her. Accuracy has also been pretty good. She's flighting it up, getting it up there, inviting the batter to play on the up, just like that. But on that occasion, she got her length wrong just fractionally, and that's been put away to the boundary for first boundary of the Paint Panthers innings. We are into the second innings, and that was the shot which was played, swept away almost. You can call it a sweep shot. Bends his knees just a little bit to keep the ball along the ground, and a desirable result for Paint Panthers. Lead now 50 exactly. It's moved on to 50 runs, and they would want this to be probably 100 more runs higher. They'd want this lead to be higher by another 100 runs, maybe, and then really think of dominating the opposition. Oh, an inside edge. That could have also been very, very close. And that's the end of the over. Pain Panthers are 7 for 1. Low full toss there. That's been whipped away. And just a couple of runs. Nicely tossed up. Invite him to play the drive, and he has hammered that down the ground. Midoff did well to get a hand to it, but that's all he could manage to do. He couldn't prevent the ball from skipping away to the boundary. It was nicely pitched up in the slot, and just three was bad at that one. Score moves on to 13 now. Green Panthers looking to accelerate, looking to get some momentum after that blow, trying to recover. Just too wide there, but well inside the return crease. Too wide on that occasion. Doesn't get any bat on it. An inside edge on that occasion. It trickles away. End of the over. It's 14 for 1 after 4. So Soumya, given a third over, third consecutive over on the bounce, she's picked up a wicket and she has dented Pain Panthers early in their innings. Can she find another wicket? Keep both Blazers somewhat in the hunt. Oh, nearly. Nearly. She managed to get that one through. I would have my heart in my mouth if I tried to play her off the back foot. That ball would have so easily gone on to hit the stumps. That's been drilled along the carpet straight to long off. Another run taken. And Paint Panthers need to think of a competitive lead, competitive first innings lead. Yes, they've got a lead of over 60 runs. How much more will they be comfortable with? Will they be comfortable with another 100 runs or another 150 runs maybe? Because they need to think about winning from here. There is a chance, there is a possibility. They've got a lead. That one will skip away to the boundary for four buys, I reckon. Not sure whether anyone got a hand to it. Let's have a look at the replay. Just goes through. Was looking to play the pull shot, gets beaten all ends up. Fortunately, the ball was well wide of the stumps, so there was no harm or no danger in playing that or in attempting that shot. 5 overs done, it's 20 for 1. So Aniket will continue from the other end. Nicely nudged down the ground for a single. That's Upish. Played in the air, but he has been able to find the gap. Didn't really look in absolute control when he played that shot, hit it in the air, had no intentions of keeping the ball along the ground. The lead is now 65. All eyes would be on the lead because that is what both Blazers will be asked to chase, possibly today. That's just too wide. The arms stay down. Not a wide, but it was very close to the edge of the pitch. Could have been no ball had it pitched few yards to the left. Once again, quite wide, tosses it up, driven straight to the fielder at short extra cover. Gautam Raj just getting a bit bogged down, not being able to rotate the strike effortlessly like Sean, who's batting at more than a run a ball, more than half, more than 50. Correction. Gautam Raj has a strike rate of less than 50, so he's got some ground to cover. 6 overs done. It's 23 for 1. And I think it's time for everyone to pause and have few drinks, or maybe not. The fielders are just moving around. That's what confused me. We'll have a change of bowling. I think it's going to be Lanavi Gora. We have a few Goras in attendance today. Lots of Goras in the lineup, in the Paint Panthers lineup.
You also have Lagan as well, Lagan Goda. Now let's see what Lhanavi brings to the fore, what she brings to the table. Of first over of this innings, and she's running into ball. Nice tight action, gets it a little too full. Nicely played back to Lhanavi. So far, she's looked good, Lhanavi. She gets an inside edge. Correction, Sean gets an inside edge while trying to play the drive through the offside. So after that early blow, they have recovered well. Partnership building. Sean looking good on 12. Now we've seen a bit of a misfield, an overthrow, more runs, and I think both Blazers need to be tidy because they've given away a lead. Not a very massive lead. Could have been massive, but kudos to the lower order who fought resiliently, and they were able to bridge the gap somewhat, but still they have given away a 40 plus run lead, so that just takes the advantage from them. So advantage is clearly not on their side. Paint Panthers have the advantage because they are leading by 69 runs and they've got 9 wickets. Correction, I think they bat 12, so they'll have more than 10 wickets in hand, a lead of almost 70 runs, and probably 5 hours of play left. Good 5 hours of play. And if they can string together a few partnerships, take the score to 150 plus, and then give their bowlers a chance to really have an impact in the last couple of hours of day's play, then you just never know. We could have a game on our hands. That is how Paint Panthers should be thinking because they are the defending champions. They've won the title last year in 2025. They did the same in 2024, I believe, and that's why they are playing in this tournament. Both Blazers will have to really catch up. 7 overs done, it's 27 for 1. So Anup walks out to the middle. He's going to have the ball in his hand shortly, and he'll be bowling the eighth over of the Paint Panthers innings. Nicely driven. Anup should have got a hand to it. It was driven back past him. Gives away a single in his very first ball of the spell. Not sure if he's done any damage to his fingertips while stopping the ball. Looks okay. And it's his first over. Wants to get it right. And so far, action looks pretty good. Nice rhythmical action. Doesn't try to rush. Just runs in at a steady pace. Generates good enough power as he enters the delivery stride. Action looks very good to the eye as well, but that's also a disadvantage for him because that also gives the batters an opportunity to line him up because he's got a very simple routine action, very rhythmical action that also allows batters to target you. You can as a batter you can pick cues from the action. You can watch the ball more closely, whereas someone with an unorthodox action will give you some nightmares because you won't know which way the ball is going from, which angle the ball is coming from. But in his case, everything comes in a straight line. That's been flicked away, and great piece of fielding there in the deep. I was under the impression that he had found the gap, not to be. Score moves on to 30 with that couple. Gautam Raj and Sean just building a partnership, and they have added much needed momentum into this innings. Momentum, that spark which was sort of missing after an early setback. They had to bounce back, and they've not allowed Blazers to go on a roll with the ball early doors. And both Blazers are having to do a lot of hard work with the ball. They're ringing in all those changes. Some work to be done for both Blazers captain because he needs to find a way to end this innings somehow by picking up wickets. Target of 100 to chase, and then yeah, if they have a target of 100, 120, they can really chase it down. But I think the target is going to be a much bigger than that because already they're leading. Paint Panthers are leading by 75 runs, and both Blazers ideally want to keep them around 100, 120. But certainly, Paint Panthers have got a bit of a head start after getting that valuable 40 or 41 run lead. It gives them that head start so they can take their time, bat patiently, but they'll have to be a little bit conscious of time because it's almost 1:30, half past 1. Sunlight is going to be available for maybe 4.5 hours max. So not a lot of time left now, 4.5 hours, and then we might have another short break in between, unplanned short break. So more time will be taken out of the game as this innings flourishes. So they need to keep a track of it if they want to win it, because they are in a good position. They have the lead. They just need few more runs under the belt and just a little bit of time to bowl out both Blazers if they're looking for a win. And I think if they give themselves 2 hours, um if they declare by 3 o'clock and give themselves around 2 hours, realistically give themselves 2 hours to bowl out both Blazers, then the game could swing their way. But it's easier said than done. These are just strategies, plans, but it's all down to the players and how well they execute them. That's a glorious cricket shot through the cover region. The bowler getting it just too full, and he gets to the pitch of the ball, hands through the ball as well. Nicely timed out of the middle of the bat. The fielder at extra cover had no chance to react to that ball. That was so perfectly timed, even on this slightly slower outfield. The ground is big, mind you. It's sports garden, it's big, but not big enough for a batter like Gautam Raj, who relies mostly on timing and strike rotation. That was sweetly timed. There was no real power behind that shot. Absolutely majestic. Once again, a similar delivery, but this time it's just a push drive, check drive, direct hit. He would have been gone for all money. Gautam Raj knew it, and straight away after covering his ground, he looks back at his non striker, had a few words to exchange with him. Look at that. Yes, he would have been gone very close to the stumps. Good effort by the fielder there. Could have been wicket number two. Well, both Blazers need to realize that they have to work hard for their wickets. Nobody is going to give it to them in a plate. It's Spain Panthers after all.
They are the defending champions. They know how to win. They know how to win from any situation. So they can't allow this game to drift away from them. They've got to make an impact. They've got to make a game out of it, as they say. So Paint Panthers are getting a bit of a move on after that early setback. They're doing it quite nicely. The lead continues to grow. It's now almost 80 runs. So all eyes will be on the lead, overall lead, how much they managed to achieve in this innings. Can't get that one through the gap. End of the over, 9 done. It's 36 for 1. So Anup will continue. Ball still brand new, still heavy, and they can still make the most out of this red cherry. Paint Panthers going at just 4 runs per over. So I wouldn't say this is a slow start, but bit by bit they are taking the attack to board blazers, bowlers, and with every run they're getting the confidence in themselves. Nicely nudged down the ground. They'll settle for a single. Push down the ground, but straight to mid on. Chance of a run out. Quick single stolen by Sean. Sean and Gautam Raj batting on 16 and 18 respectively. They've got some runs under their belt. Now they need to get a bit of a move on now. The lead approaching the 100-run mark. It's gone past 80. So with every run, they'll have the confidence. They'll feel confident uh, about themselves. They would know that it'll be very difficult for both Blazers to chase down 100 or 150 runs with just an hour or two to go in the match. Chips it in the air, down the ground, mid off, does well, and direct hit. This could be close. This could be close, but we don't know the verdict from the umpire yet. But we'll take a look at the direct hit. Finally, the fielder getting it right, releases the ball quickly. Now, this is the important part. Did he cover his ground? It's hard to tell, but certainly looked like a close call. I think not out is the decision. You need a little bit of brilliance, a little bit of athleticism on the field to just cheer your bowler up, and don't make him feel lonely. Make him feel that there are fielders who can help him out in case he's not able to get the ball in the right areas. The fielders are there to stop those loose balls from running away to the boundary. They're there to affect those sharp runouts, and they're there to pull off those stunning catches. So fielders need to complement their bowlers and really act like a cushion for them. Nicely played it very close to his body. Brilliantly played, but only for a single. 10 overs done. It's 41 for 1. So another change of bowling. It's Arjun GV. What a role he played with the bat early on. That partnership which he managed to stitch with, I think, Ashwat, that was, it has got them right back in the game. But they're falling behind now. The partnership is building. They're struggling to break this partnership, and now Arjun GV will have to play a role with the ball. Now that's been smashed down the ground. Back past the bowler. Arjun getting it too full. Gives a loopy full toss, and all he had to do was get some bat on it and drills it straight back past the bowler. 4 runs. So two good deliveries after being hit for a four. Good little comeback for from Arjun. So this time it was the leg spinner, which was cut away towards deep cover. 5 runs of this over. It's been a good one, a healthy one for Paint Panthers. Lead is also above 90. Swept and into the gap. What a way to finish the over. Big one. 9 runs coming off it. And the 50 is up with that 450 up for Paint Panthers. Let's have a look at the shot. He's played that with some authority. There was some risk involved. He had to play that ball airborne in the air, which he did, and it came off quite nicely for him and for Paint Panthers. 11 overs done. Panthers are 50 for 1, and they are currently leading this game by 93 runs. Another spinner gets introduced into the attack. This time it's Kumar PS. And there you go. That's the partnership, 50-run partnership up between Sean and Gautam Raj and Ashwath, who played a blinder of an innings with the bat, really has to find a way to break this partnership. This partnership is now threatening the game, threatening to take the game away from both Blazers. The inning started with a wicket in the very first over. I think it was Soumya who delivered the first breakthrough. But since then, it's been Paint Panthers all the way. Runs coming quite easily, quite effortlessly. Lead also very healthy, 95 runs. The only question is, what sort of score will they be comfortable with? What sort of target will they be comfortable with? Paint Panthers. Because we're talking about 150, 160. Well, they're just 60 odd runs away from getting past that figure, and it's 40 minutes past one local time, 140. Because you need some time to get those remaining 60 to 70 runs, which I think will take around half an hour in my opinion. Then there could be an unscheduled break in between, small one though, albeit. And then we need to give time. Paint Panthers will need to give time to their bowlers to pick up those 12 wickets. Remember, it's not a 10-wicket contest, 12-wicket contest. Overdone. It's 54 for 1. Another shy at the stumps. And shake of the head once again by the umpire. The fielding has been pretty tight inside the 30-yard circle by both Blazers. It's been a wicketless passage of play so far. Yes, wicket in the very first over, but since then, nothing much has gone their way. But they're getting their throws right, and they are throwing themselves around in the field, which is really good to see. Lead now getting close to the 100-run mark. Right. Trying to get into Paint Panther's mind, trying to get into the think tank. A low full toss that's been pulled away. No one inside the inner ring, so it lands safely. Lead now stretches to 99 runs. Plays down the wrong line on that occasion. Ball spinning away. Sean was looking to target the leg side boundary. And pretty interesting look, Arjun GV. Uh, he gives us an impression of Abrar Ahmad, the mystery spinner. We call him from Pakistan. And he's wearing glasses as well, bit similar to what Abrar does. He's also got similar kind of shades on him. Younger version of Abrar Ahmad, possibly Arjun. Anyways, end of the over, it's 56 for 1 after 13. Ashwath Kumar into his second over. Lead still stuck on 99. Oh, that's a pretty high full toss. Don't think he middled it. He wanted to slog it away on the leg side, possibly getting a leading edge. And that will bring up the 100-run lead for Paint Panthers. Yes, they exactly lead by 100 runs now. How many more runs will they look to get from here on? Remember, time also running out. It's 1:45 local time. What is the dugout thinking? What's the coach thinking? What sort of score will be a defendable score? Oh, back foot dragged. Has he dragged his back foot? I think he might have. I think he's walking. Did they need this wicket badly? Yes, they did. I mean, somebody had to really put his hand up, and what a delightful delivery that was from Ashwath Kumar. He slammed a brilliant half century, a counter attacking half century, and now he's given his side a very important breakthrough just when the partnership was looking dangerous. It's 57 for 2. Paint Panthers lead by 100 runs. So Dwevat will have some work to do as he makes his way out to the middle. He's got to add a few runs to the team's tally. They lead by exactly 100 runs, Paint Panthers. Ideally, they would want that lead to go a lot higher, possibly stretch it close to the 200 run mark, and not allow any chance whatsoever for both Blazers to make any sort of impact. And both Blazers would know if the lead goes past 150, then it'll be hard for them to stay in the game. For the time being, they're still hanging in there, mind you. Lead of 100, 9, I think they've got 9 wickets, 9 to 10 wickets in hand. But they need to keep hunting for wickets. Literally derail Panthers after a positive start. End of the over, successful one for both Blazers. It's 57 for 2 after 40. So Reddy comes into the attack for the first time. Just checking his field one final time, and he's running into ball. Swept away, slightly aerial, down to long on. Shashank gets away with a slightly shorter delivery. Starts his spell with a back of a length delivery. I think the next course of action for Paint Panthers would be to bat aggressively in the next 1 hour or so. And if they're looking for the win, they can declare after 3 p.m. local time. There'll be an innings interval, a small break in between, which will take time out of the game. And then probably remaining time in the remaining time, maybe 90 minutes or in the remaining 100 minutes or so, they can hope for the bowlers to go on a roll with the new ball. And not a good time to bat as well with the light fading. You just have to survive, bat a few overs. And there's so much of pressure on you as a batting side when you're batting last on the final day of a multi day game, light deteriorating, ball turning square, some keeping low. It gets a little bit difficult. And then there's always that pressure on you. You know that you just have to hang in there. I think Paint Panthers have a chance of getting over the line, provided they show some urgency in the next hour or so. Get that lead to 200 or 200 plus. Appeal. There's an appeal. Polite inquiry. Bowler seems more interested. Keeper. A polite inquiry from him. And they're just having a look around. And I'm not sure what's going on. I think the batter might have decided to walk off. This could be a wicket. This could be an ideal scenario for board blazers. Oh, yes. He's out. He is out. It didn't really look like he actually edged it. It's hard to tell from this angle. All you need is a little bit of a feather. And I think the umpire did not make any decision. He was not sure, but the batter walked off. Incredible. The Paint Panthers have lost their second wicket in quick time. They're 58 for 3. So Shashank, the man with the golden arm, strikes in his very first over. And his immediate impact with the ball brings Aryan to the middle. Batting at number 5. Very delicate, very, very delicate. Will it make it to the boundary? Oh, it does. Soumya was running after the ball. She did really well to stop it. But then, while doing so, she also crossed the ropes as well. You'll have a look. Look at that. Ball might have touched the ropes as well as soon as she picked it. But how delicate was that? How delicately was that shot played? Look at that. There was no pace to work with. And you're just coming into bat first ball, and Aryan, very watchful, plays it so late, almost off the keeper's hands, and boundary first ball. What a way to open your account with a 4. Once again, tries to dab the ball away, but Soumya, very, very resolute on that occasion, makes a routine stop. 15 overs done. It's 62 for 3. So this is debut preseason tournament 2026. Both teams looking to get into top form before the start of the actual season. I think the actual season begins sometime in May or June. It'll be a very busy time of the year, May and June. So both teams in the preseason looking to get some form, looking to get some winning momentum under their belt before they head into the actual season, which begins in a few months' time from now. A bit of a dress rehearsal, really, for both teams, but very important fixture this for both Blazers because they're playing their first game of the tournament. Paint Panthers have already featured in this tournament thrice. They are the defending champions, and they can play with a little bit of freedom because they've already featured in this tournament. They have played on these surfaces earlier, so not very crucial for Paint Panthers, but yeah, for both Blazers, they need to take this game very seriously if they are to get into their groove before the actual tournament begins. A loopy full toss down the leg side, helped on its way. Aryan dealing in boundary, second boundary for him. And he hasn't taken any single yet. A bad delivery, asking to be put away, and quite comfortably done in the end. Just utilizes the pace of the ball and deflects it away behind square on the leg side for a four. So Aryan getting a bit of a move on now. He's got to support Gautam Raj, who's batting beautifully on 31, keeping the innings intact. Lead now grows to 110, so all eyes will be on the lead as well. It's almost 2 o'clock local time. Sunlight will be good for another 3.5 hours, maybe. Oh, slightly upish, but just falls short of Somya. I think she just misjudged the ball as soon as it pitched. The ball just spun away from her, and that's what deceived her in the end. That could have been stopped, but that awkward trajectory of the ball after hitting the surface did the trick. You can see the ball just spun away from her, and that's what deceived her in the end. And she gives away a boundary. Back to back boundaries for Aryan. Afnas Mohammad, who's been introduced into the attack, has gone for a few runs. He's under pressure. How well does he get out of this over? Last ball coming up. Aryan has moved on to 12. Incredible. Three boundaries so far. Chance not to be. There's always some excitement when the ball goes up in the air. 16 done. It's 71 for 3. So Shashank Reddy will continue. Interesting, no slip in place. You want to attack. If I'm the fielding captain, if I see that the lead is stretching, I would want to have a slip in place, bring more more players around the batter. Now there's a chance. There's an appeal made. But I think he had his foot well behind the line. Oh, that's been slogged away. But there's a fielder, misfield, and both Blazers have given away a few boundaries on the field. We're starting to see a flurry of boundaries for Paint Panthers. Aryan and Gautam Raj jumping into the act, and they find another boundary that really should have been stopped. But that ball traveled to the fielder at awkward bounce. This time down the ground over the umpire's head, and that should make it to the boundary. It does. Back to back boundaries once again. And both Blazers are under pressure. They are feeling the heat. The partnership is building, and so is the lead. The lead is now worth 122 runs. Now we are getting to that uncomfortable territory. Punch off the back foot, back past the baller, should have been stopped. We are seeing a little bit of sloppiness on the field from both Blazers. I think they were brilliant in the field when they first took the field. They were brilliant with their throws. They affected a few direct hits, but since then they've just lost a little bit of steam on the field. Now a slip is in place, guided away, but straight to point, and the end of the over. 80 for 3 after 17. Nicely tossed up delivery. Plays it off the back foot, tickles it around the corner, but can't find the gap. Aryan has looked good. Three boundaries for him. No runs in the form of singles or doubles, just hitting the ball in the gaps and the ball comfortably crossing the ropes. Look at that. Once again, a very good looking shot. This time the fielder tried to go for the catch, and would you believe it? Another boundary for Paint Panthers, another boundary for Gautam Raj. Just 6 runs away from his personal milestone, and the partnership is building. And the two have currently added 26 runs in just 16 balls. Not a very big one, but good enough. Came at a very good rate, which has really uh, got both Blazers worried a little bit. Tucks it away on the leg side, straight to fine leg. And oh, direct hit. There is a direct hit and gone. Would you believe it? Aryan has been run out. My word, you would want to take a look at that run out. But he could have so easily got to his ground. He just did not ground his bat over the line. And as I was saying, both Blazers have been very, very good on the field. They've had a few direct hits, did not succeed initially, but this time around they do. And we're having a slight pause in play. Not sure what the reason is, but the umpire was very, very confident. He made the decision, and instantly his finger went up. It looked very close from here as well. Possibly a replay would give us a much better idea, but looks like he is gone. Not sure what's happening. There's a little bit of confusion. That was certainly a direct hit and looked good. Looked like a good shout to me. So it's 85 for 4. That's the confirmation. Another setback for Paint Panthers. So they're getting a few starts. They're also losing wickets as well. Board Blazers just keeping them alive, keeping themselves alive in this contest by picking up those wickets. Lead still not a very big one, 128 runs. But remember, 12 players can bat, which means they'll have another 8 wickets in the bank. Would you believe it? What a bonus! When you have more than 10 wickets in hand, it's a real, real bonus. Spun away on that occasion. Not sure whether he got any bat on it. Panthers want to take this innings deep. They want to go to a point. They want to take this game to a point where both Blazers don't get a chance to make any sort of comeback. That's been pulled away. And oh, another misfield. Not the first time we have seen a fielder from both Blazers not picking the ball cleanly enough. That's been played off the back foot straight to long on. And 150 run lead is up. Partnership also taking effect, 22 of 23 balls. So there's a little bit of momentum. There's a little bit of momentum, but it has to push on. They can't let this momentum to deteriorate. Have to carry on, take this game forward. End of another over, 23 done. It's 108 for 6. So Lanvi Gora will continue. In fact, she's done with her overs. Now, change of bowling. Anup walks, and Anup is out in the middle with the ball in hand. And both Blazers looking to put an end to this partnership and to this innings. Lead also continuing to grow. 151 now. They've done well to pick up wickets. Oh, an edge. Possibly not. The ball hit high on the slice. Just landing short. The surface has been good as well. We've had 2 days of intense cricket on this surface. Pitch has been on the bouncier side. There's been pace, there's been bounce, little bit of turn to keep the spinners in business as well. You can't expect a great deal if you're a fast bowler on this pitch. Yes, there could be some pace and bounce, but if you're looking for inconsistent bounce or invariable movement, this surface is not going to provide that. Not on day one and day two. Oh, tucks it away. Ball angling back in, plays it with the angle, and oh, a bit of confusion, bit of mix up between Raghav and Krishay. I think it was Raghav who was almost halfway down the pitch, was trying to get to the other end. His partner was not interested. Oh, that one keeps very, very low. Possibly for the first time, we are seeing the ball bounce so low. And that's what deceived the batter in the end, but he takes a single, he survives. Nicely played, but couldn't find the gap there. But they rushed through for a single, and I think that's what Raghav and Krishay will have to be careful. They've lost two wickets in the form of a run out. Both Blazers have been absolutely on song on the field. They've shown a lot of energy on the field, and they are getting their throws right. So try not to test their arm. Last ball of the over. Chips it in the air and into the hands of the fielder at point. Would you believe it? Anoop strikes and another setback for Pain Panthers. A very reckless shot. That ball was there to be hit. Yes, there was a little bit of room on offer. He tries to chance his arms, but in the end, he managed to pick out the fielder at point straight into the breadbasket of the fielder. And the seventh wicket goes down. The game getting a little bit interesting now. Pain Panthers have lost more than half their side. They realistically have four more wickets to go, and the lead only 155. We could have a game on our hands, fellows. It's 110 for 7 after 24 overs. So, Lanavi Goda into the attack, and I think that's a misfield, and it's been signaled as a boundary. The fielding has been a bit of a concern, really. These are Lahanvi's numbers. Fielding has been a bit of a concern. Yes, they've taken some outstanding catches, some direct hits as well, but they've given away a few runs on the field. On that occasion, the fielder did well to stop the ball, but in the process, he made contact with the ropes. Oh, are they taking a run? Yes, they were. And now no one was backing up at the bowler's end, which will allow them to collect a bonus run. Could be more. Oh no, bit of a mix up. Once again, you'll expect that from the lower order batters. Since they don't bat so much out in the middle, there will be a little bit of hesitation, some confusion, some concern. There you go. Not really sure whether to go or not, whether to cross over, but in the end, making the right choice and almost a chance at the bowler's end. This could be a no ball. Yes, she lands it way outside the cut strip, and some runs being gifted to Paint Panthers, some bonus runs, some sweets being distributed to Paint Panthers. They need that. 98 fours hit already in this match. We haven't seen a six. You don't expect that on a ground like this. At age group level, you don't expect to see a lot of sixes. You expect to see a lot of good looking orthodox shots, some crisp boundaries, some textbook drives, the basics. That's what you expect at junior cricket at the lower level. You want these youngsters to get their technique right. So far, Lanavi Goda has been a little bit off target in this over. She has sprayed the ball around. She's been hit for a boundary as well. Probably that's what resulted in this response. Low full toss that's been sweetly driven straight to cover would have been a certain four had it been few yards to the left or right. 25 done. Paint Panthers are 121 for 7. Right then, 121 for 7 is the score for Paint Panthers. They have a very healthy lead of 164 runs. Anup once again running into ball. They'll squeeze a tight single. 12 runs he has conceded so far. Early days for him. He's just bowled 3 overs. He's been in the park. He's been around the park for some time. Oh, that ball just keeps a little bit low. Krisher was trying to guide it. Now he's done the bulk of the scoring. He's batting on a run a ball 20, so he's scored at a healthy rate as well. He's looked comfortable. He's looked positive with his stroke play, with his feet movement. Running between the wickets is something he's not been entirely efficient with, but that is something which can be worked on. Is that another direct hit? Might have been, but this time he was comfortably in. So they're targeting the stumps, board blazers. They are targeting the stumps. The fielders are chomping on the bit. They're trying to stop every single run on the park. They're trying to make it hard for board blazers. Correction, they want to make it hard for Paint Panthers batters who are currently out there batting. Expansive looking drive through the offside. He's found the gap. Pressure release. First boundary for Niog. The boundary will also stretch their lead to 170 runs. Now this is looking like a very healthy territory for Paint Panthers. Lead of 170. They can get a few more. And that was our organizer Mahesh, who was looking to stop the ball. He's done so well behind the scenes. People don't realize that he's worked really hard to pull this off. It's not easy to organize such type of events involving so many people, so many teams, so many players, and it requires a lot of coordination. You've got to execute your plans, manage everyone, make sure everyone's on the same page. And Mahesh has done everything right. He's worked well behind the scenes, organized everything from A to Z, and now we are seeing such a spectacle right in front of our screens. Another boundary, and Nyog has ended this over well. That's how he played the shot. He shuffled left, right, and center, and then he played the shot when it was there to be hit. Got enough room to free his arms, and the players are walking. Looks like we might have a little bit of a pause in play, but the lead looking very, very healthy for Paint Panthers. 174 is the lead. Time for a little bit of rolling as well. नहीं अच्छा, उसको हमने सर पे स्टार स्पोर्ट्स वगैरह सब बोल रहा अभिषेक बेस्ट। अरे भाई सर पे मत चढ़ाओ ना, तुमने सर पे ही चढ़ा दिया इस बात। तो वो चीज़ नहीं करना चाहिए, सर पे मत चढ़ा। छोड़िए, মাথার উপরেই চড়িয়ে দিয়েছো তো। তিনটে ডাক। হুম। More or less, possibly we can stretch it to 6, but realistically, we may not be able to get through 3 hours of play, but 2.5 hours of play looks like a possibility. Dhyan and Adil have walked out to the middle to open the batting for the Blazers. Mayank takes the new ball. Panthers start with spin. Interesting decision to start with spin. It'll be interesting to see what the strategy would be from the two sides. What are both Blazers thinking? Are they looking for a win? 175, 2.5 hours of play. Well, I mean, if you look at the number of overs, there could be around 30 overs of play left, 30 to 35 overs of play left. So, if they go at 4 or 5 runs per over, they should be able to get close to the target. But are they thinking of a win? Are they thinking about the target, or they're just looking to bat through the end of the day's play and get away with a consolation draw? Remember, both Blazers aren't as battle hardened as Paint Panthers. They're playing in this tournament for the first time. They've replaced Color Cavaliers from last year. So they would be very, very happy if they can just walk away with a draw and deny Paint Panthers a win. The defending champions, they would have wanted a win, but they'll have to settle for a draw. If uh, both Blazers show a little bit of maturity with the bat and just manage to find a way to take this game to the closing phase. But 175 runs is a lot of runs to play with. Plays it very late, gets it wide of the fielder at backward point. A couple of runs taken. End of the over. It's two for none after one. So Ashika, PS introduced from the other end. She was successful with the ball, mind you, and picked up a wicket as well. Could have had a second one. Plays it very late under his eye line, Adil, but can't find the gap. Down the leg side, length ideal, line quite wayward. Adil and Dhyan both on one. Target 173 runs away from them. Punched off the back foot. It's already 7 minutes past 3 p.m. local time. Less than 2.5 hours to go. And you would imagine at least 30 to 35 overs would be balled. So if you keep the overs in play, if you bring overs into the equation and then try to see how much they need, they don't really require a lot. They have to go at around 5 runs per over and they're going to get there. But this is a different format. It's a 2 day game and a different situation, really. It's a type of situation where you're iffy as a batting unit. You don't want to be caught in the middle. You either want to go for the target, chase down the target, or just play for the draw. You caught in between, then you could lose your way. Meanwhile, the World Cup match between South Africa and West Indies has just gotten underway. South Africa deciding to bowl first, and West Indies, they're off to a flyer. 30 for no loss in 2 overs. Boundaries and sixes being smashed to all parts. A sign of things to come, really. That's not something we want to see as Indian supporters. But West Indies, they are in unbelievable form in this tournament. They have taken everyone by storm. And if they win today, it is almost the end of the road for the defending champions. Anyways, back to this game. And this game is also quite interesting. Yes, the intensity might be less. The intensity might be a little bit on the lesser side, but still, a target is there which needs to be chased. 171 will not be easy. We are approaching towards the end of this match. There's 2 to 3 hours of play left. Both teams looking to stay on top of their game. Good thing is no wickets have been lost. No wickets have been lost. They've kept all their wickets intact. That's been clipped away on the leg side. A four for Adil, the first boundary of this run chase. The line a little bit wavered, slightly on the shorter side. That should have been stopped. We've seen a few misfields happen by fielders on both sides. Loopy delivery, clobbered, and have we seen the first six of the tournament? Is that the first six? It certainly seemed to have gone over the fielder's head in the deep. It's a six. Yes, it's a six. First six of the debut preseason 2026 tournament. After nearly 2 days of action packed cricket, we finally have one. The first six of the competition, first six of the match. Look at that. That was a loopy full toss, and he has a swipe at that one. Just clears the fielder who stretched at full stretch to get a hand to it, but to no avail. The score moves on to 14. We'll take another look at the shot. This is how he played the shot. A terrible delivery to ball, low full toss at the stumps, easy pickings. Can't get any easier than that. Six all the way. Pressure on the bowler. Much fuller this time, but he manages to land the ball on the pitch. Both Blazers have got some momentum on their side. That's for sure. Thumps it down the ground towards long on. And a very routine stop. Both Blazers are certainly getting a little bit of momentum. 15 for no loss. 159 more runs needed. Correction, 160 more runs needed. If the two batters are able to find a little bit of acceleration, you just never know. It can get Paint Panthers seriously worried. End of the over. It's 15 for no loss after three. So Ashika into her second over. So far, wicketless passage of play. That's been cut away through the offside. Dive by the fielder. Eventually, it's stopped by Raghav. Runs now coming at a steady rate for both Blazers. You never know. More than 2 hours of play left. 2.5 hours. 150 minutes. Almost 150 runs to get. 2.5 hours. 150 runs. It's certainly a possibility, but you just never know if few wickets fall here and there. The game could get very close. Oh, that's a low full toss. Whipped away on the leg side. No chance for the fielder in the deep. That just bounced over his head. And that was nicely timed. That ball was traveling. He intercepted the ball on the full. Look at that on the pads, whipped away, get that down on time, and the bottom hand coming into play sends the ball over the ropes for a four on the leg side. Well, this is a good start. And they're scoring at 6 runs per over. At this rate, they will be able to comfortably get over the line with overs to spare. But a wicket or two now can really derail them. So anything can happen. The game can go any which way. Either of the two sides have the chance of coming out on top, or the game could head to a draw. All three possibilities on the cards, which is why this game is literally on a knife edge, I would say. And we are in a very interesting phase. The game can go any which way, but at the moment it's both Blazers who are tormenting the defending champions, and all of a sudden we are seeing a bit of urgency, especially from Adil Renjit, who slammed 20 of 16 balls, scored the majority of the team's total himself, and the score looking good after 4 overs. It's 27 for no loss. Goes past the outside edge. They're appealing. They're appealing. Bowler's confident. The keeper's gone up to the square leg umpire, asking for an opinion, asking for a verdict, but he won't have it his own way because the umpire, very resolute, not out is the verdict. A wicket now can so easily add another twist to this game. But at the moment, it's easy going for both Blazers. They're hitting the ball in the gaps, they're looking quite comfortable in the middle, they're putting the bad balls away. Momentum with both Blazers. What's happened there? He has run Dhyan out at the bowler's end. A run out at the bowler's end. Slightly unusual situation. Both Blazers are going along nicely, almost scoring at a run a ball. At this rate, they will safely be home. Paint Panthers, their dominance is being challenged. Not something which we are very often used to seeing. But there you go! A wicket! Finally, a wicket for Mayank and for Panthers. The game was just starting to drift away from them, and that shot has just brought them a wicket, and it has brought them into the game. There was no need to play that shot. I understood why he tried to go down the ground. There was no one at long off, mid off was up, no one had extra cover possibly. Tried to go after it, did everything right, got the elevation, but not the distance. Simple enough catch, and the first wicket goes down just at the right time for Paint Panthers. It's 29 for 1 after 5. quite fast. 3 wickets down. 145 is the target, and after a positive start from both Blazers, Pain Panthers have managed to dent them by picking up 3 quick wickets in quick succession. Well, all three possibilities on the cards. There's time left as well in this match. Around 2 hours to go. You'd expect around 30 overs to be bowled and 139 runs in 30 overs. It is doable. By all means, it's doable. The only question is, are both Blazers backing themselves to chase down the target, or they're just playing for the draw? Oh dear, would you believe it? Lagan! It's a pair! Lagan Goda! He's such a talented batter. He's gonna be kicking himself for playing that kind of a shot. You haven't got your eye in, you've just walked out to bat, and you've chipped one straight down the throat of the fielder at mid off. Four down now, both Blazers in serious trouble now at 36 for 4. Well, we are seeing a remarkable turnaround after a valiant opening wicket partnership. Both Blazers have lost 4 quick wickets. Yes, 4 quick wickets. They're not out of this game yet, but 139 runs could seriously test them. A result is a real possibility. In next hour or so, we'll know who the winner is, winner of this contest. Both Blazers on the cusp of creating a history. They're on the cusp of a rare milestone, and they'll be so relieved, so happy to. They'll be very pleased to defeat the tournament favorite Spain Panthers. They are such a threat to any team. Oh no, they run off a not a misfield, and now there's a run out as well. What's going on? Plenty happening. The ball ricochet off his bat, and they tried to steal a run. Then a run out attempt at the striker's end. An umpire has just intervened, and he has asked the batters to change ends. And looks like one of the bales will have to be replaced after that throw came in and knocked it off. So there's a lot of activity happening. 80 is the score now, 95 more runs needed. It is anybody's game. It is anybody's game. And Paint Panthers would want to use all their experience now and try to close out this game. 95 runs away from victory. It's a huge margin still. Long, long way to go. But as a batting side, you would know after so much of hard work, you're only 95 runs away from victory. You've got 8 wickets in hand, mind you. Remember, more than 11 players can bat in this match. 44 runs, 44 vital runs the two have added. And we are experiencing a bit of a delay. Not sure what the cause is, but once we get an update, we will inform you. And now we've seen Mahesh getting involved. That's Mahesh. Now he's having a discussion with the players. Not sure what the delay is, but as soon as there's an update, we will be on air and we will brief you about it. So the action resumes after a bit of a delay. And that's the last ball. Oh, could have been a chance there. You got to hold on to your catches. Catches win you matches. So crucial. Such a crucial aspect of the game, which is, in my opinion, overlooked. A brilliant catch, a brilliant throw can so easily change the complexion of the game. Yes, we talk about bowling performances, brilliances with the bat, individual standout innings, but fielding can also keep you in the game. 80 for 4 after 17 overs. So Aryan, for the first time in this run chase, is being introduced with the ball. Starts off well, nicely tosses it up, keeps the line straight. Not a lot of turn, but it'll be interesting to see how accurate he can be with the ball. Has a serious look on his face. Seems determined. Aryan, now that he's done with the bat, he can just focus on the ball. Oh! He should have been a little closer to the stumps, Aryan. There was a chance. Direct hit, run out could have been a possibility. Sanju and Afnas are settling into a nice partnership. We still would have around 90 minutes of play left, 93 runs to get. Every chance both Blazers will be able to pull this off if they keep wickets in hand. That's going to be the only question. It's not really about time or overs left. They have ample amount of time and deliveries to work with. 93 runs, not a lot of runs, but they're still a long way away, mind you. They have to bat sensibly. Can't afford any collapses now. It's all come down to this particular point where both teams are battling it out hard. The game can go any which way from here. Trust me, guys. 4 wickets down. Both Blazers. Scorecard not looking impressive, but I'll tell you what, they only need 94 more runs. And they've got at least, I would say, 20 odd overs or so. That's been clubbed away on the leg side. Fielder will give it a chase. Easy couple of runs taken. And that will be the end of the over. 84 for 4 after 18. 91 more runs needed in the remaining overs left in the day. That's the bowling chart for you. So far, a collective effort from the Paint Panthers bowlers. But now this partnership is gaining momentum. It is threatening to take the game away from them. And if they don't strike now, then the game would drift away from them by some distance. 91, not a lot of runs, but still you have to bat sensibly. The margin is big, but not big enough. Both Blazers should start believing that they're not very far away from the finishing line. Anjo and Afnas, what a partnership. The two have now added 48 runs in 58 balls. Fifth wicket stand, going strong. And a misfield, oh dear. He tried to put in the slide, but he just could not judge the pace and the trajectory of the ball. Let's have a look. Oh, it's just gone through. And the second time as well. Good effort though. You would want to give them 10 out of 10, 10 in terms of effort, but execution not quite there. A slip up has allowed both Blazers to pick up a boundary here. Nicely driven. Another misfield. This time it will not go all the way. It will be cut off. Now then, this run chase is getting very interesting. Oh dear. Oh dear. That should have been a routine stop for the bowlers. A direct hit. And the stumps were broken. Not going to count. Because once the stumps are partially broken, you'll have to uproot the stump. In order to completely dislodge it, you have to uproot at least one stump with your hand holding the ball. That's what the laws of the game say. Down the leg side, some bat involved. 90 is the score, 85. Deficit has come down to 85. And if that number drops below 50, Paint Panthers will start feeling restless. Mind you, it's only 4:20 local time. Play can be extended. We'll have to wait and see till 5:30, 5:40 in my opinion. Less than 1.5 hours left now. Pitching outside leg from round the wicket. You'll have to be extremely lucky, my friend, to get an LBW decision in your favor. Drag down and an inside edge. And they wanted a run, but Afnas sends him back. 19 done. It's 90 for 4. So less than 80 minutes to go. Maybe a little more than 1 hours of play left. And the game, I can say, is really on a knife edge now. Both teams giving it their all, and we are seeing a very thrilling rivalry unfold here at Sports Garden between Paint Panthers and Board Blazers. The coverage is being brought to you by Cricksay, who have also done remarkable job on the ground. Kudos to them for bringing us all this action, which we can watch from the comfort of our homes. And Mahesh, the organizer, organizing everything, working tirelessly behind the scenes to make this event a resounding success. And mind you, it's only the pre-season precursor to something big which is about to unfold, possibly later this year. Right now, they're squeezing in those tight singles. Both Blazers have knocked off more than 50% of the runs needed in this run chase. So that will give them a psychological booster. Wrapped on the pads, but clearly missing leg. Now, what are both Blazers thinking? Are they looking to take this game deep, close it out in the final moments of the day's play, or they're looking to finish it in like an hour or so? Mind you, 80 odd runs to get in 1 hour, it's doable. In any format, it is doable. It is certainly doable. But the question is, what's their intent like? What are they thinking at this stage? Are they looking to put the foot on the accelerator? They'll have to be very mindful. It's come down to such a critical stage. 83 runs needed. Still, they've got a buffer, Paint Panthers. It's not like they have to worry about it just yet. They have to be very tight. Keep an eye on the run rate as well. Keep the run flow down if they're not able to pick up wickets. Try to frustrate the batting side. 20 done. It's 92 for 4. So Vasudev into the attack. Change of bowling. He's got 2 wickets. At the moment, Pain Panthers looking for wickets. The only way if they can win this game is by picking up wickets. If they try to let this game drift, then chances are both Blazers will be able to close it out. Punched off the back foot, nicely stopped by Raghav, I think. Chance of a run out. Oh, direct hit. He was struggling. Yes, he did put the dive in, Afnas, but his heart would have been in his mouth for sure because he was struggling. He had to put the dive in, and even after putting the dive, it seemed as though he was short of his ground. Fortunate that it didn't hit the stumps. Cut away off the back foot. Some work to be done by the fielder. A deep cover. Oh, a misfield. The ball goes through his legs. Did everything right. Did so well to get to the ball. Just could not cling on to it. Just couldn't grip the ball. Look at that. The feet taking it further away and over the ropes. A fortunate boundary score has moved on to 98. This is very good recovery from both Blazers. Boy, they are giving Paint Panthers a good run for their money. And it's going to be a close contest. 77 runs needed. It is certainly going to be a close one, and everyone's going to be on the edge of their seats. Now a single. Sensible batting. You've got a boundary. Try not to get greedy. You will get opportunities just like that. There's so many runs to be had. They have taken 2 runs, and the 100 is up for both Blazers. Yes, they've made some progress. Thoughts on Paint Panthers' second innings? Did they have enough runs? 174 was the lead. Could they have batted for a few more overs? Possibly they could have taken their score above 200. That ball has smashed the stumps, literally. They take a run. 175. Was it a good target? That's what we are wondering now because the partnership is developing. It's building now. 65 runs the two have put on. It's not been a very hard surface to bat on. You've got to spend some time in the middle, and once you do, then life gets easier. So, was 175 enough? I think they could have had probably 20, 30 runs more. They could have set a target of 200 plus. That would have made the game very interesting. But 175, well within reach now. Partnership building. And we've seen a little bit of sloppiness on the field. The pressure is just starting to get to Paint Panthers. Anju getting close to his 50. Afnas playing the long waiting game. Batting on 19. 19 of 37, striking at just 51. But strike rate does not really matter in a multi day game. It's your intent, it's your approach, your mindset, and your ability to score runs under pressure. Rate does not matter in this format. It's about getting the job done. And both Blazers are in a very good position to close out this game. They just need to keep an eye on the wickets column. Remember, they have around 8 wickets left. It's not a typical setup where you have only 10 wickets in hand. You've got an extra batter in this tournament, and that's going to help them. That's going to help the teams. Another loopy delivery. He has dispatched that, but straight to the fielder. Runs required down to 71. So they're knocking off the runs, both Blazers. They are knocking off the runs. They're going at a steady rate. They've kept the wickets column quiet, and pressure now starting to mount on Paint Panthers. And he gets low on his knees. Oh, she gets deceived by the spin. She moved across a bit too early, should have waited for the ball to spin. I think that's something she will learn with time and with experience. Every run very crucial now. Runs required down to 69. Oh, that should have been stopped by Aryan, but no damage done there. Mid off was equal to the task. Oh, big appeal. Massive appeal. The keeper had to juggle the ball a little bit. Several times he had to juggle before completing the catch. Driven but straight to the fielder. Opportunity of a run out, perhaps. And just survives. So runs coming pretty effortlessly. They don't have to work too hard for their runs. 68 is the ask now. Now all eyes would be on the deficit, which is being slashed over after over. And both Blazers are not losing wickets as well. They've formed such a strong partnership which could possibly win them the game. They are in such a good position. End of the over. It's 108 for 4 after 22. So Shravan Biju, what a treat he was to watch in the last innings. He picked up 3 or 4 wickets. He bowled brilliantly with the ball, with the new ball and with the old ball. Some very positive aspects in his bowling: run up, his hand position, the gather, um, good little, good little rhythm he's able to generate as he enters his delivery stride. He's tall as well. He's going to obviously gain more height as he grows older in his life. He's got the pace on as well. Balls wicket to wicket. At the moment, his side needs a bit of a lift. That single will take Anjo to 50, a hard fought 50, scoring at more than a run a ball. And that has been the difference. He has scored at almost 107. That's his strike rate. And I just mentioned earlier, strike rates don't really matter in a multi day format. Well, his quickfire 50 has certainly given both Blazers a chance. It has got them to a position where they can think of winning this game. 66 needed. Afnas needs to show some intent now. He spent almost an eternity out in the middle, and that boundary should possibly kickstart his innings just a little bit. A very good ball. Take nothing away from Biju. Did everything right. He was right on the money, but look at the way he's played that shot. He allowed the ball to come through, knew where the fielders were in the deep, just opens the face of the bat in the last minute and gets the placement right. He's moved on to 26. More importantly, both Blazers have moved on to 114, which means they only have 61 runs to get. Oh, down the leg side, keeper fumbles. Bonus runs to be had for Afnas and for both Blazers. Captain will not like that. Team management will not like that. You're just giving away runs in a plate as if you have plenty. You don't have a lot of runs. You really don't. Just 60 to get now, and you've got more than an hour left. Still, more than an hour's play left. But a wicket or two can just spice things up. It can just add an unexpected twist. to this run chase. At the moment, it's going both Blazers' way. They are looking in complete control. They're in total command of this run chase. They've got wickets intact, partnership going from strength to strength. Anju and Afnas haven't played any rash shots so far. They've played some orthodox cricket. They've not looked fidgety, and they haven't really had to work hard for their runs. And clearly, Paint Panthers under some pressure. Runs required, now getting into a dangerous territory for the defending champions. I'm sure they would want to start off on a winning note. This is the preseason, not the actual event, but they want to hit the ground running. But at the moment, they are getting challenged. They are getting challenged by a new team who's just made their debut this season. Both Blazers running Paint Panthers very close in this multi day contest at Sports Garden. Lovely little ground, lush green outfields, pretty big ground as well, and quality pitch. Nice pitch. Yes, a few deliveries have kept low, but the surface has offered a lot. It has certainly offered a lot to players from all walks of life. Last ball of the over. Down the leg side, clipped away towards fine leg. Fielder will cut it off. Another single taken. And that's the end of the over. 56 more runs needed for both Blazers to register a massive win. If they are able to chase down the remaining runs, it'll be a huge win. It'll be a huge confidence booster for them, and a terrible blow to Pain Panthers. Their psychology. Wonder what will happen to their psyche. But this is a critical moment in this run chase. Don't go anywhere, guys. 119 runs for the loss of 4 wickets. Tremendous recovery from the Blazers. They need 56 more runs for victory. Game on. Certainly a game on here at Sports Village. So Ashwath comes to the middle and straight away he opens his account with a 4. Smash down the ground. And really, that was a top quality shot. Straight away putting the ball under pressure. Krishav Reddy thought that he probably sealed a deal for his side by picking up the wicket earlier in the over. But now he's got some work to do because Ashwath, he was the one who momentarily tried to take the game away from Paint Panthers in the first innings. He put on a partnership which really crushed Paint Panthers' hopes of achieving a big lead. The lead could have been 100 plus, but that was slashed to 43 runs because of his breathtaking effort with the bat. This time it's a wide. Not a lot of runs left. Both teams will feel the heat now. 42 runs. Ball keeps very low. Now Ashwath. Now, if Ashwath stays in the middle, the game could get wrapped up and we could see an upset. Both Blazers are 133 for 6. So Sagar Krishna, he's back into the attack. The game may not last for too long now that only 41 runs are needed. And if they keep finding the gaps, they will be able to bridge the gap. Slightly on the shorter side, pulled away. Is it into the gap? Yes. Crucial boundary, crucial runs for Ashwath and for both Blazers. As soon as he's walked out to bat, he's shown some urgency, and that urgency has put the bowlers under a lot of pressure. That's the shot he played, slightly on the shorter side. Picked the length early and hammered that. And that's Mahesh. He's watching this game closely from the sidelines because this is getting so tense now. We could see history here at Sports Garden. Paint Panthers will be up for a rude awakening if both Blazers are able to get over the line. Remember, they've got around 5 wickets left and less than 40 runs to chase and plenty of overs to play with. Ashwath has already hit 2 boundaries, 8 of 6, batting at more than a run a ball. Plays it off the back foot. And he's found the gap once again. This could be 4 more. Through the offside, Ashwath is putting on a show. And not only he's putting on a show, he is denting the Paint Panthers. Any hopes of a victory is now being quashed by Ashwath. Both Blazers started off well, then they lost their way a little bit, then they recovered, then again they lost their way, and now Ashwath has slammed an 8 ball 12. And a chance? No, not a chance. He's certainly showing some intent and he's taking his chances. Good on him. Things are so far going along nicely. 32 runs needed for both Blazers to script history here. It's 143 for 6. Mayank comes into the attack, and frankly, Paint Panthers do not have a lot of runs to play with. Both Blazers are getting very, very close. This is getting very, very tense. 32 runs needed. Ashwath is in fine form. He's hitting the ball nicely into the gaps. He's putting the bad balls away. And here are his numbers from this innings, Mayank. 12 dot balls so far. Oh, now he has swung that one away on the leg side. And it's gone all the way, I think, for a maximum. The replay will give us a much better angle. Look at the way he's used his feet, played that shot with a lot of confidence and a lot of authority. I think it's gone all the way for a maximum. He is taking the game away here, Ashwath. And I think if both Blazers get over the line, it will be because of Ashwath's contribution with the bat. Just when it seemed like both Blazers were slipping away, Ashwath just comes on to bat, and in only 11 deliveries, he has changed the complexion of the game. Just 26 runs needed, 5 wickets in hand, lots of overs to play with. Ashwath batting on 19. And we are building up to the deciding phase of this test match. 26 runs needed. Here's the replay. We're not going to see the entire replay. Now this time he goes down the ground. Has he got it? Oh, catch goes down. 6 more. It'll go down as a drop chance, but full marks to the effort there. The fielder got himself into the right position. The bowler did everything right, inviting him to go downtown. He almost fell into the trap there, Ashwath, but he managed to get enough on it to send it out of the park, and also got a little bit of assistance by the fielder there in the deep. Just 20 needed. And he's looking to finish it off high in the air. And once again, it makes it to the boundary. This time it's only a 4, but the damage is being done by Ashwath. He is knocking off these runs at a very alarming rate for Paint Panthers. They have been rocked completely. They were not expecting such an onslaught from Ashwath. 29 of 13. What a blinder. What a blinder. He has basically knocked the wind out of the sails, as they say. He's knocked the wind out of the sails. Mayank, what can he do now? A couple of sixes, a boundary, an outside edge, more runs. This could run away to the boundary. Yes, it will. 12 needed. History in the making. Both Blazers are in command. They are in the driver's seat. Just 12 needed. And lots of wickets, lots of deliveries to play with. And Paint Panthers can only see this game slip away from them. Helpless. They are absolutely helpless at this stage. Unless they don't pick up 2-3 wickets now, they will be staring down the barrel. And Ashwath is taking his chances, once again goes down the ground, but it lands safely, and now it's into the gap, which will allow him to come back for the second run. Will they go for the third? A very busy over, a very eventful over. The damage has been done, and both Blazers, couple of big hits away from sealing off a sensational, a memorable win here at Sports Garden. It's 165 for 6. And that's the dugout. They are the parents, the happy parents. They've taken time from their work and they've come to this ground to catch a glimpse of a debut preseason 2026 tournament. They want to get a glimpse of how their young champs are performing, how they are gearing up. I can tell you, both Blazers are the team to beat. It's not Paint Panthers all the way. Their dominance has been challenged, and they're staring at the prospect of an imminent defeat here. Nicely guided it straight to the fielder, run out attempt. I think both Blazers can take their chances. They've got wickets in hand. Runs required down to single digit figures, 9 needed. They're getting close. Finishing line is not very far away from them. They're getting very, very close now. It's only a matter of time. We must spare a thought for Paint Panthers. The way they batted, they had wickets in hand in the second innings. Could they have added 20 to 30 runs more and given them a real, it would have given them a real cushion though. Another 30 40 runs here would have been far too handy for Paint Panthers. Plus, I think the bowling to Ashwath has put them under a lot of pressure. They've not been able to tackle Ashwath. He's hit the ground running from ball number one. They've just not been able to stop him in his tracks. And once they were put under the pump, there was very little respite for them. Ashwath has just played a blinder, 36 of 7, striking at nearly 200. That's been the difference. Not a lot of contribution from Shashank in this run chase, 12 of 8, but the major damage has been done by Ashwath. He is the one who's scored aggressively and just taken the game away from them. 39 is the partnership, but that's not the key stat. The key stat to look at here is just 7 needed for victory. This game could get wrapped up in a matter of few overs, maybe 2 overs at most. Punch down the ground. They'll happily take a single, which means they'll have 6 runs to get in the next over. Plenty of time left, lots of wickets. That's the match summary. We are building up to the end phase of the contest. It's been a riveting contest between two quality sides. Paint Panthers, the defending champions, but dare I say, we could see a new champion in this year's tournament, in this year's debut season league tournament. Both Blazers are the ones to beat. The job is not done yet, but there's very little chance of them losing the game from this point onwards. So Mayank comes into the attack. Paint Panthers, can they create a little bit of panic? Pick up a wicket or two, you just never know. Just delay the inevitable, but you can't delay the inevitable if you give away runs like that. Easy run gifted to the opposition. Score moves on to 170. Just 5 needed now. One big hit will do. We've seen a few from Ashwat, some blazing shots he's played on the leg side. Uses his feet, swings it away down the ground towards long on, just four needed. And it'll be down to Shashank. Can he hit the winning runs for his side and take Board Blazers to a memorable win in the debut preseason tournament? Wow, what a start would that be! A win for Board Blazers in the preseason, um, not the actual event, but it just sets the tone nicely for what is to come. That's been worked away through the leg side, and that will be a four. This could be it. All over. That's the winning moment. Shashank gets both Blazers over the line, but it's Ashwath who did the bulk of the damage. An unbeaten 38 of 19. A quick fire knock seals the deal for both Blazers, and they have silenced the defending champions Panthers, who walked in with a lot of expectations on their shoulders. They had a good target to defend. I wonder whether they could have had few more runs under the belt before declaring. I think that's where they probably got it wrong. But early days, young kids, plenty to look forward to, plenty to learn. But this two-day multi-day contest has been won by both Blazers. They have wrapped up this run chase by 7 wickets. But boy, what a game that was! A game with plenty of twists and turns. Paint Panthers will be thoroughly disappointed with the end outcome, but we expect them to bounce back stronger tomorrow. We have another game. It'll be a 50 over contest between the two sides. We'll bring you more action on Cricksay tomorrow. So be sure to join us then. Until then, it's goodbye from all of us. Thank you, everyone.